Good morning, everyone. My name is Elliot Payne. I'm the president of Minneapolis City Council. And before we convene our meeting, we have some honorary resolutions to present today. We are pleased to welcome guests to this space to share in these presentations before taking up our agenda. First is a resolution recognizing Senate Majority Leader Carrie Dietzick Memorial Bridge, and we will be welcoming her family up front.
I haven't seen her. And the mic's on.
Come on over. Join us on either side.
Come on, stand next to me. I always like standing next to a fire.
Hi.
Come on, Kelly. Yeah. What are you doing, Joe?
Come on over. Get on either side. Representative. Okay. Come on. Okay. All right. Good morning. This resolution is designating the Minnesota Senate Majority Leader Carrie Dietzick Memorial Bridge. Whereas Carrie Dietzick represented the residents of Minneapolis and the people of Minnesota as a member of the Minnesota Senate from 2012 to 2024. And whereas Dietzick died on December 27, 2024, while serving in office, survived by her loving family and many friends. And whereas Dietzick was born and raised in Northeast Minneapolis and a proud graduate of both Edison High School and the University of Minnesota, whereas Dietzick dedicated much of her life to public service, working for U.S. Senator Paul Wellstone, the Hennepin County Board, the Minneapolis Parks and Recreation Board, and serving as a state senator for 12 years, and
Whereas Dietzick was called by many in the community to run in a special election for Minnesota Senate in January of 2012 and won with over 77% of the vote, highlighting her connection and popularity in her Senate district. And whereas Dietzick was universally respected and loved by her colleagues for integrity, compassion, intelligence, and hard work. And whereas Dietzick was a powerful advocate for the city of Minneapolis and all of her constituents, and
Whereas Dietzick was committed to advocating for victims of sexual harassment and assault, ushering changes to workplace policy at the Minnesota Senate and into state law. And whereas Dietzick proudly represented student communities at the University of Minnesota, Augsburg University, and across the state by ensuring that student voices and needs were well represented in her office, especially in her fights for free college tuition, renter protections, and transit access. And whereas Dietzick not only showed up for young people, she empowered them through positions in her Senate office, opportunities to partner on legislation, and through steadfast mentorship. And
whereas Dietzick was the Senate Majority Leader for the historic 2023 legislative session, overseeing sweeping changes that included historic investments in affordable housing, transportation and infrastructure, support for immigrant communities, policies addressing climate change, and free school meals for all Minnesota children. And whereas Dietzig passed important policy changes even while battling cancer, requiring private health insurers to cover the cost of wigs for patients experiencing hair loss due to treatment. And whereas the 10th Avenue Bridge is located in Senate District 60 and is a key artery connecting the east and west banks of the University of Minnesota campuses. And whereas Dietzig was the chief author and worked tirelessly to secure state bonding dollars for the 10th Avenue Bridge in 2017. Whereas thanks to the state's investment, the 10th Avenue Bridge has been transformed to include protected bike lanes and pedestrian walkways, making it safer for students and all residents. And whereas Dietzig, throughout her career as a state senator in her caucus and in the whole of the state government, was a bridge builder. Would you like to do the honors here?
Now, therefore, be it resolved, the mayor and city council do hereby designate the 10th Avenue Bridge over the Mississippi River located in the city of Minneapolis as the Minnesota Senate Majority Leader Carrie Dietzig Memorial Bridge on her birthday.
Woo!
Well, today is a wonderful celebration of life for our dear friend, Carrie Dietzig. I want to open up the floor to any family members first who might want to say any words, and colleagues of our late senator. Is there anyone that would like to go? Callie?
I'm Carrie's sister, Kelly, and here with my family today, and we just want to thank everybody. Carrie would be probably embarrassed that we are making a big deal out of this, but she's so well deserving, and she would just be ecstatic that we're all here together on her birthday.
I can go next, and then if there's anyone else that wants to go right after. So for me, Senator Carrie Dietzig was one of my first mentors. I got to know Senator Carrie Dietzig when I was just 18 years old, and I knew that as a young person, as a young woman, as a woman of color, civic engagement, politics was not always a space where I felt included or people like me were made space for. And I wanted to get more involved, and I created a student group with a couple of other friends, hoping that we can create a space for young women, trans and non-binary people to step into politics. Our first champion was Senator Carrie Dietzig. She showed up to every meeting that we requested her to show up to, not just in our first year, but every single year that I was in college. And she gave me the opportunity to work in her office, which was what sparked my interest in pursuing public service fully. I got to watch a person who illustrated what public service through and through is and was and should be. That woman was hilarious, conscientious. She wrote notes to every single person that she saw in the community, handwritten, or she'd give me and the others in the office to help out. I would watch her pore over her desk for hours, just reading and preparing. And she would empower so many people in the community, whether they lived in Cedar Riverside, on the University of Minnesota campus, in Northeast, to come in and be a part of major legislative change that was foundational to the historic 2023 legislative session, where she made Minneapolis so proud as a majority leader. I will pass it on to anyone else that would like to say any words.
I agree that Carrie would probably be a little bit upset with us for making such a big fuss about her, but if there was anyone who deserved to have a big fuss made about her, it was our friend Carrie. Like Councilmember Oreen, I was also inspired by Carrie, and Carrie sought me out when I was a student at the University of Minnesota and inspired me to get involved with state politics. And because of Carrie, I get to be a state representative and represent the community that she did so much for. Northeast Minneapolis and Como were just really her big loves with her family, and she poured everything into our community. And I think about her every day at the Capitol, and I just know that that she's thinking a lot about us and is sometimes frustrated with us, but I think is ultimately really proud of everyone who's here today and everything we've done for our city. So I'm really glad that we have a bridge for Carrie, who really was a bridge builder.
Thank you. So I just want to say congratulations to Pat. So good to see you again, and to see that Dietzig name now on the bridge. It's going to make you so proud, and I hope you drive over it a lot. But you know, Carrie helped me a lot when I first ran for office in 3rd Ward, as did her father, Walt, because we really can't celebrate Carrie without talking about Walt, too. And Walt was great. And both Carrie and Walt told me that if you're going to be an elected official, because I actually ran for Park Board in 2008 and lost. And Walt helped me a lot in that campaign, maybe not as much as he could have, but but both Walt and Carrie always stuck to the mantra that public officials have to tell the truth, and you have to make tough decisions, and people are not going to like the truth. And so one of Walt's sons reminded me that today, that I do speak the truth, and I get that from your father and your sister. So thank you.
Who does?
Utah.
Okay.
I'm fortunate to serve in the state senate for Senate District 60, following in Carrie's footsteps. The day that Senator Zainab Mohammed offered the amendment to name the bridge, you immediately saw all of Carrie's colleagues raising their hands. In our tradition in the Senate, you raise your hand to get the attention of the president champion when you want to speak. And I'd never seen so many hands raised wanting to speak in the Senate about any matter. And each of them shared parts of the stories that you've already heard, but it was truth teller, integrity, and bridge builder. Whether it was someone telling that story from greater Minnesota, the suburbs, here in Minneapolis or in St. Paul, Republican, Democrat, it was the same story. Carrie was consistent and beloved by everyone in the Senate. We were fortunate to have her lead us in Senate District 60 and in all of Minnesota.
We can go to Councilmember Vita.
Thank you so much. Carrie Dietzig was my friend. I met Carrie a long time ago working on public health policy, and I was also fortunate enough to spend time with Senator Dietzig right when she passed away. We hung out on Fridays when she could, a group of us, and had dinner. Councilmember Rainville as well would join, and it was just so much fun to see her. We always talked about shopping. Then it became about wigs. We were both cancer survivors, so we had a lot of good conversation about hair, clothes, and where the sales was. She absolutely loved a good sale, and if there was a good sale, she knew where it was and can tell you which aisle to go in, where it was exactly, what color it was, who the designer was. And so we had a lot of fantastic conversations about shopping and about how we would pay it forward with cancer patients. I miss her so much. I'm going to miss her this summer. It was a summer thing that we would all gather every other Friday and have dinner. And so I'm going to miss her greatly. She was just a wonderful person, always. She helped me when I ran for Park Board. She helped me on public policy. She helped me with freedom to breathe and tobacco work for the state of Minnesota. She wasn't just the champion for Northeast and her district. She loved North Minneapolis too, and she was a fighter. She could argue with you like nobody else. And so I loved her. We all miss her, and I'm so happy to see us here celebrating her this way. And I will definitely cross that bridge as much as I can.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to say some words? Okay. Why don't we take a big group photo? This requires a little bit of maneuvering because you need to try to get between these lines right here on the floor. So squeeze in, and if we could have the family come to the front. Pat, why don't you come to the front over here? and then we'll have the family hold this. Anne, would you like to hold this?
He's got some energy today.
Would you like to come?
Donut, oh yeah. How many donuts did he have? Oh my God, 4 donuts.
Do you
Good
want to
for
hold this
him.
one?
Mom, do you want to hold that?
There you go.
It's a copy of the
resolution.
Yeah. That'd be great.
Project yourself.
Will you give us a count?
Right.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
See you again.
Thank you.
It was so nice to meet you. Thank you.
Sydney, good to see you.
We're gonna head out
Thank
this
you.
way, I think.
So lovely to meet you. Happy birthday to your daughter.
Isn't that cool, Hubert?
And we're gonna print some more copies. And have them mailed.
Yeah, it was nice. Nice words. Appreciate
Thank you. Okay. It's good to meet you.
so much.
Thank you. Good to meet you.
Thank you so much. Do you want, what should I do with this?
That's for you. Oh, take it home. We'll be going right through this way. So we'll just circle back into that back room.
Next up, we will welcome Southwest High School Robotics.
Is this on? Yes, it is. Kind of come around me, if you would. For the picture, we're going to have to be between the 2 black pieces of tape here. So yeah, great. Good morning, everybody. This resolution is to congratulate and to welcome to City Hall members of the Ultraviolet team, which is the Southwest High School Robotics team that went to the World Championships this year. Yes. Congratulations to them. I know a little something, and truly just a little, about this work. I was an innovation coach for my son's middle school robotics team in the past for a couple of years, and I really saw firsthand the amount of planning and vision and research that it takes to lift one of these projects off the ground, and how many starts and stops and complete restarts that sometimes this kind of work takes. And what I really love about seeing robotics over the years is what a diverse team it takes in terms of skills for a team to be successful. I mean, there's really a place for you on a robotics team with almost any particular skill set you want to work on and have. I really appreciate hearing from Tim actually late last week about how many contributions each team member made in different ways. I'm so impressed with your cooperation and your dedication that it's taken to basically start fresh 4 years ago, as Cameron, the team captain, was saying. So thank you, and let's not forget to also recognize the parents and the teachers and the mentors and the coaches in this work. So with that, I'm going to read this resolution that honors you and your achievements. Whereas high school robotics competitions offer a unique blend of sport and STEM education, where teams of students with diverse skill sets design, build, and program robots to compete in game-based challenges. And whereas FIRST Robotics inspires young people to be science and technology leaders and innovators by engaging them in exciting programs that build science, engineering, and technology skills that inspire innovation and foster well-rounded life capabilities, including self-confidence, communication, and leadership. And whereas robotics provides opportunities for students to master trade skills, including metal and woodworking, computer-aided design, and development of sophisticated control code. Whereas the Minnesota State High School League sanctions FIRST Robotics competition, making it an official MSHSL activity. And whereas the Minneapolis Southwest High School robotics team, Ultraviolet, first formed in 2007 and was reinvigorated here in 2022. Whereas Ultraviolet is a student-driven extracurricular at Southwest, where team members are guided by a signature set of core values that emphasize cooperative competition, gracious professionalism, respect for the contributions of others, and community involvement. Whereas Ultraviolet is engaged with the community by starting and running a science fair at Wyndham Elementary and a Girls in the Shop program at Southwest, and has done outreach at numerous neighborhood school and community events. Whereas prior to 2022, Ultraviolet had not ever qualified to participate in the final rounds of any competition. And since 2022, Ultraviolet qualified for the MSHSL state tournament twice, taking home first place in 2024. And whereas Ultraviolet had been invited to compete at the FIRST Championship World Competition for 3 of the past 4 years, and in 2022, one team member received special global recognition for their leadership, dedication, and technical expertise. Whereas the 2024-2025 FIRST Robotics season, including the championship, was themed First Dive and focused on the ocean and its diverse ecosystems, encouraging teams to explore the underwater world and innovate for a better future with healthy oceans. And whereas the FIRST Championship required teams to build a robot that simulated removing algae from a reef and replacing it with pieces of coral. And whereas the 2025 Ultraviolet team was comprised of 24 team members, Cameron, Alina, Mason, Victor, Clark, Jerry, Rain, Henry, Leah, Kayleen, Henry, Jonah, Emily, Finn, Malcolm, Owen, Anders G., Drew, Anna, Sadie, Audie, Liam, Sophia, and Anders T., along with lead mentors Tim Durr and Lynn Meyer, mentors Jonathan King, Kevin Johnson, Dave Bruns, Trent Roman, Matthew Schroer, and John Vogt, and staff advisor Yara Anderson. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and city council do hereby present this honorary resolution in recognition of Southwest High School robotics team's achievements in the MSHSL and FIRST Championship World competitions. Congratulations, you guys. We have just a couple quick speakers. We're going to first start off with Tim Durr.
Thank you. I would like to thank the council for the acknowledgement. This is really special for us. And very briefly, I want to say that FIRST Robotics, every one of the mentors that we have on the team, and it represents all kinds of skills, all volunteers. The teams are funded by businesses in the community. If you check the backs of our shirts, you can see who they are. So it's a terrific value for the community. We understand that in Southwest High School, we have resources that are not universal throughout the Minneapolis public school system. So we operate a public field with a full-size machine shop in Lincoln School in North Minneapolis. We're doing that in conjunction with the career tech ed people at Minneapolis Public Schools. And so far it's going really well. I just want you guys to all know that the 5 FRC, the big robot teams in Minneapolis, that's Washburn, Camden, Edison, and Roosevelt, as well as Southwest, are doing everything we can to get those kids in Lego League in elementary school all the way to high school. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alina. I'm the current assistant captain and will be captain as of later today. I just want to say how important robotics is, not just building the robot, but the other skills you learn on the team. From this team, I know I've given presentations to so many different people. I've been able to, learning how to speak publicly and professionally to different people is such an important skill, and this team really teaches that. And our ability to go out in the community and help build STEM interest from such a young age is just so important. We are so thankful for being here today and getting this honor.
Thank you. I'm going to present this to you to have in the robotics room. If you don't mind, we're going to take a quick picture. You have to fit yourselves between these two black pieces of tape so we can all kind of scrunch in. If there's shorter people, I can be in the back row here.
Next up, we will be recognizing Brian Dodd's service to the city.
This resolution is honoring Brian Dodds for his service and dedication to the city of Minneapolis. Whereas, exactly, he also stayed an extra day at the city for this resolution. So thank you. Whereas Brian Dodds began his employment with the city of Minneapolis as the deputy director and city engineer on September 30th, 2019, and carried out the significant duties and responsibilities with the public's best interests always at his highest priority, balancing complex and competing interests with adept technical and political skill to find the best path forward for Minneapolis. And whereas Mr. Dodds is a natural leader and an adept problem solver who sought to understand every detail of projects in his purview, edit and improve every document he touched, and was always happy to enthusiastically explain complex projects to any audience. And whereas Mr. Dodd's passion for public service and his understanding of importance of the department's work led the department through improvements to the city's streets, drinking water, sewer system, and other critical services that residents, businesses, and visitors rely upon every day. And
whereas Mr. Dodds is naturally curious and always eager to learn and collaborate with his colleagues in Minneapolis and other cities, and was an active member of the American Public Works Association, the National Association of City Transportation Officials, and City Engineers Association of Minnesota. And whereas Mr. Dodds lives his year-round commitment to multimodal transportation by biking, walking, skiing, and taking transit to work, off-site meetings, and construction sites. And whereas in the last 5 years, Mr. Dodd's unwavering positive approach and supportive leadership helped the department through the challenges of the pandemic, civil unrest, droughts, mysterious river sheens, major water main breaks, 20 snow emergencies, as well as significant projects including the 10th Avenue Bridge, Central City Tunnel, and Hennepin Avenue downtown.
Whereas Mr. Dodd's commitment to improving the Public Works Department was rooted in work to improve equity and safety for staff and always took time to uplift the work of the Public Works Equity team and remind staff and colleagues alike that safety is no accident. And whereas Mr. Dodds is widely respected by a broad array of partners and stakeholders and was regularly sought out for his insightful, astute, and creative advice on issues well beyond the duties typically under the purview of the city engineer.
And whereas Mr. Dodds led with a focus on collaboration, trust, respect, compassion, and recognition of the outstanding work of over 1,000 department employees and will be deeply missed by the city's elected officials and fellow members of the Public Works Department as a leader, mentor, colleague, and friend. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council, in recognition of the outstanding leadership and significant positive impact he has had during his 5 years of service, do hereby present this resolution to Brian Dodds, together with their most sincere thanks and appreciation, and wish him much happiness and fulfillment in his new role at MnDOT. Thank you.
Brian, would you like to say some words on your now official last day?
I'd love to. Thank you. Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank my family. Thank them for understanding when I stepped away from dinner, missed dinner, was standing in the corner, talking on the phone during events, and out late, and missing and taking calls late at night and early in the morning. I'd like to thank Tim, Brett, Margaret, the mayor, for the opportunity to serve the city and for having confidence in me. I'd like to thank Public Works Division Directors, past and present, for your commitment, your collaboration, and for taking my calls at all hours of the day and night. I'd like to thank Public Works admin staff and all of Public Works staff, other department directors and staff that care so much about this city and work each day to keep the city running smoothly. Thank you. And I'd like to thank you, council members. I've greatly enjoyed getting to know you, working with you day in, day out. I see your passion for Minneapolis, for advocating for those that don't have a voice, and for pushing the city to do our best and be our best. I have greatly appreciated your thoughtful questions, and when we sat down to work through an issue together, we came away with a solution that was better for that collaboration. Thank you. Every day, we take pride in making Minneapolis better. Thank you.
Well, I am very much going to miss Brian Dodds as the chair of the Climate Infrastructure. It's been such a joy working with you since day one. I think you bring a lot of positive energy into the spaces that you work, and so you've made our agenda setting meetings and our committee meetings really light, and that's hard to do when we're dealing with really tough issues in the city. We've worked through some really challenging issues in the ward, including a pollution spill in Cedar Lake recently. I appreciated that you called me right away so that we could make sure to inform the public, and that's really critical to public service, is like taking our communities along with us with every piece of information that we have. So thank you for that. And just a fun story about Brian. So around this time last year, we went on a Southwest Light Rail tour, and we were looking at the Green Line extension that's being built largely through Ward 7. And I think it was after a pretty hefty rain because we were on bicycle and we got stuck in like a mudslide. Not a mudslide, but the path was incredibly muddy and we could not bike at all. So we kind of like hitched our bikes on our backs and made this big hike through the ward. And we were all wearing our professional attire. Of course, we had just come from City Hall. So it was incredibly fun to do that type of field work with you and to see the ward through your eyes and to see the city through your eyes. And thanks for being such an amazing public servant. MnDOT is really lucky to have you.
Thank you.
I just want to echo my thanks for you, Brian. When I came in as a council member, I'll be honest, I didn't know a whole lot about the details of public works, but you have this way of making sure that everybody leaves and is like, I love public works. And you always go above and beyond. You know, we have done so many different projects and so many community events and so many things together, but I can remember you coming to Justice Page to be with students who were trying to figure out how to build a future city, and you came to help them and think critically. And then afterwards, you didn't just go back to City Hall. You drove around the neighborhood because it was one of our years and we had tons of snowfall, and went through the neighborhood to see like, yeah, I don't know that we can get through some of these roads and we need to think differently about this. So that is just one example of you just always going above and beyond and continuing to always put residents first. And that's something that I have always admired, and I'm grateful. And I'm grateful you're still going to be here with us, but at the state level. So thank you.
Go ahead. I was going to go, but you can go.
Okay. I was just going to say, when you're a year-round bike commuter, I think everybody who does that goes through the experience of showing up at the bike parking or in the bike room. And as the season gets longer, you start seeing the numbers dwindle and dwindle. And I think it's just really great when at the end of the day, it's just me and Brian down there in the basement of City Hall, suiting up to get out in the winter, even when it's 20 below. And I think I just share that just to say that when Minneapolis makes it to the #1 bike city in the country, that doesn't happen by accident, and it happens through not even having elected leaders who bike or prioritize that type of multimodal approach to transportation. It's when you have leaders like Brian Dodds, who actually lives that experience, has had the close calls of a car driving too close to them in the middle of winter, who actually recognizes the need for safety and the need for just kind of comfort and a sense of confidence when you're out on the streets moving around our city. And without that firsthand experience at the highest levels of leadership in our city, we don't get those accolades. And I just wanted to say thank you for that personally, because I love biking here.
I will keep it brief, or at least I'll try to. When I got elected to the city council, you were immediately a person that I leaned on to understand what my role is and how big public works is a part of that. And just thank you so much for being such a willing resource for me and being so accessible. It mattered a lot. Thank you so much for taking my text messages when I was out in the late part of the evening, taking pictures of maintenance holes and asking you questions, and you were giving me really good answers in real time. Thank you for serving our city through not its easiest period, one of the most difficult periods in time. And thank you so much for just every single day coming in with a positive attitude and giving it your all. I guess I'm happy for MnDOT, I guess, but I will remain to be jealous. And I hope it's okay if I reach out every once in a while, if there's a question here or there. And I also want to give kudos to Jen Swanson and Will Sheffer for helping coordinate and work on this resolution. Thank you so much. Anyone else? Director?
Okay. So, hi everyone, Tim Sexton, Public Works Director. And, I think it's important when we think about when somebody's leaving, I think it's important to think about the legacy they leave. And there's a lot of wonderful projects that were made better because of Brian. I think the number one thing about Public Works, though, is the people. And I think he's left a legacy of curiosity more than anything else. And I think that is so valuable and has made Public Works better, and that's going to continue because of him, right? It's asking those questions, trying to make things better because it's the right thing to do, and not just keeping your head down. It's looking up and looking around, right? And saying, does this make sense? Can we do things better? How does this help people, especially those people who maybe don't have as loud of a voice across our city? So there's a strong legacy that he will leave, and I just really want to say thank you for that, Brian. I think everyone here is better because of working with Brian.
Any last calls? Okay. Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you so much for your service. I hope we make it a wonderful last day for you. Let's get in between these black lines on the ground and get a good picture.
Next up, I will welcome Councilmember Chavez for Immigrant Heritage Month, World Refugee Day, and Caribbean American Heritage Month.
Hello, everyone. So before we begin reading the resolution, we just want to thank Mira, Oira, NCR for all the work that they always do, and our staff that are up here with us to make sure that these resolutions are made possible. We'll read the resolutions, and some of us have some things to say. So we'll start there. So, whereas Minnesota Makawe is the ancestral homeland of the Dakota and Ojibwe Native nations who have long stewarded this land on which we reside, and again, we are honoring Immigrant Heritage Month, World Refugee Day, and Caribbean American Heritage Month. Whereas, with the exception of Indigenous people, most of us are here because someone in our family line migrated, settled, or was displaced, and acknowledging those complex histories helps us better understand one another today. And whereas Minneapolis is home to all parts of the Asian, African, Middle Eastern, South, and North American immigrants and more, celebrating racial, cultural, religious, linguistic differences to the unified and welcoming city. And
whereas we express our deep gratitude to the United States of America, the state of Minnesota, and the city of Minneapolis for providing safety, opportunity, and a place to call home for immigrant and refugee communities who have journeyed here to build new lives. And Whereas June marks the celebration of Immigrant Heritage Month, World Refugee Day on June 20th, and Caribbean American Heritage Month, honoring diverse stories, cultures, and contributions of immigrant, refugee, and Caribbean communities that enrich our shared social, cultural, and economic lives. And whereas immigrant, refugee, and Caribbean American communities are vital to our city's economy, contributing as workers, entrepreneurs, caregivers, educators, and innovators across every sector and strengthening the economic resilience of Minneapolis. And whereas
we acknowledge and celebrate the intergenerational contributions of immigrant and refugee families, elders who bring wisdom and traditions, youth who bring energy and hope, and all who carry forward cultural legacies that enrich the social fabric of our city. And whereas we recognize that these celebrations occur at a time when immigrant and refugee communities are facing growing hostility, xenophobia, racial profiling, harmful rhetoric, and policy threats which seeks to undermine their and our collective dignity, safety, and place in our country. And whereas, while many challenges remain, we also honor and recognize the significant efforts by all of us, members of government, community organizations, and individuals alike who foster inclusion, expand opportunities, and advance justice for immigrant and refugee communities across the city and state. And whereas this month is an opportunity to affirm that our strength as a society is rooted in our unity, community, and togetherness. To embrace our diversity is a source of resilience, growth, and shared identity, and to recognize that our fates are tied together. And
whereas, in recognition that building a more just future requires collective effort and shared responsibility, we affirm our collective commitment to allyship and standing in solidarity with immigrant and refugee communities by listening, learning, advocating, and using our voices and platforms to advance justice and belonging. And whereas we recognize the equal rights to information in all languages in our community is a critical pillar of equity, and we affirm every individual's right to communicate, access services, and participate fully in civic, cultural, and community life in the language they know best without fear of exclusion or discrimination. And whereas we reject attempts to divide us based on race, language, immigration status, or background, and instead commit to a vision of community rooted in dignity, inclusion, and solidarity. And whereas we acknowledge the essential need for safe and welcoming communities where all individuals, regardless of immigration status or national origin, can live free from fear, discrimination, or marginalization. And whereas we support and advance the value of the All Are Welcome Here campaign, which seeks to promote inclusivity and dignity in our city. And
whereas the city of Minneapolis has committed to supporting immigrant and refugee communities by advancing policies and actions that foster inclusion, safety, and opportunity for all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council do hereby recognize the month of June as Immigrant Heritage Month and Caribbean Heritage Month, as well as June 20 as World Refugee Day. Before we pass it on to our staff here, I just want to thank, if all our staff can just please give them a warm welcome and a round of applause. They help make this city run. They help draft these resolutions, and they are out here on the front lines every single day making sure that this city is the best city to work in. We wanted to have a few words to say as well, and we'll have some of our staff say a few comments, but we can't read this resolution without acknowledging the actions that happened on June 3rd, where we saw a federal action on Lake in Bloomington. And that is the conversation that we want to have right here, because what we saw on Lake in Bloomington was disheartening. We saw a militarized operation on Lake Street. We saw people with large weapons, military authorized vehicles that came into our community to instill fear to our immigrant community. We saw people there with ICE badges, and that needs to be said out loud, because that is disheartening. We saw people with DHS And in any moment in Minneapolis, when you see those things, those instill fears in our community. And if you've ever had loved ones be deported, if you've ever had loved ones be impacted by this unjust and cruel immigration system, you know that any federal action like this is hurtful. And what we will not do up here today in the city of Minneapolis is downplay that trauma that our community experienced. And what we will not do in the city of Minneapolis is downplay what people felt on June 3rd, because what happened is disgusting, it is wrong, and we will not tolerate that in the city of Minneapolis. No one should ever have to experience military vehicles being escorted by our own city employees in Minneapolis. Never. No one should ever have to know that our own city employees were standing side by people that had ICE agent badges. No one should have to ever experience that in Minneapolis, and I will condemn that every moment that I can. But today, we also have to acknowledge that it is a beautiful day for our community, because what we are saying is that we are here. And we're going to stay in Minneapolis, we're going to stay in Minnesota, because our community matters. This day and this month matters, and we're not going to let fascism or scare tactics get us away from Minneapolis, because this is our home too. This is our country too. And we belong in the United States, we belong in Minnesota, and we belong in Minneapolis, because this is our home too. So I want to really say that and thank our incredible staff that are here today, because they help run this city and they make this city a great place. Thank you.
I just want to take a moment to uplift one line that was within this resolution, that our fates are tied together, right? The growing hostility, the attacks on our immigrant communities, that is just one step of who's next, right? Like, we have to reckon with the fact that we are in a different moment in our nation. Our constitutional rights, our human rights are under attack, and they're starting with our immigrant community members, regardless of their status, regardless of following due process practices. And it is so important. I'm asking everyone in the city of Minneapolis to make sure that the narrative of June 3rd remains within the facts that Immigration Customs Enforcement was present there. There was no reason that vehicles should have been so heavily militarized. There was no reason why those law enforcement officials should have had their faces covered, other than to scare community members. And also, I want to root us in a context. Just this past Saturday, top ICE officials sent out emails and instructions to all agents across our nation saying that they want to see an increase of arrests to meet a quota by the DHS director of 3,000 arrests a day. And the following day, June 4th, in the entire history of Immigration Customs Enforcement, we saw the single most arrests ever in one day, 2,200 arrests. So make no mistake, what happened on June 3rd was not in a vacuum. It was in a context of what's happening in our nation, and is important more than ever that elected officials, community members, anyone with a platform speaks with clarity, because if we allow even an inch, make no mistake, they will take a mile. And we are resilient. We will rise. We have each other's back. We saw on those streets our neighbors, our faith leaders, organizational leaders, people that we work with, people that we see in our grocery stores, out there, scared, unprepared to protest, but ready to stand up for the values of this city of Minneapolis. And that is something that we should uplift. It's not going to be perfect, it's going to be messy, but our community made a statement about what the city of Minneapolis wants to see from all of us and what we believe. And that is something that I want to celebrate today on World Immigrant Day. Would someone else like to speak?
Thank you. I'm Wendy Zimby, and I am the city's executive sponsor of the Employee Resource Group. And thank you, council members, for advancing this resolution. It is a meaningful action that says that we matter as coming from the immigrant community, that I, as an immigrant, matter, and that it also affirms the invaluable contributions of our immigrant communities to our city's past, our present, and our future. And it sends a strong message of belonging, not only to residents from the immigrant backgrounds, but also to our city staff who bring their lived experiences, their languages, and cultural richness to public service every day. It is very easy to disconnect what's happening in the community to what impact it's having on our city staff. And I really do want to thank OIRA, the Office of Immigration and Refugee Affairs over at NCR, and also thank Karen Moe, our NCR director, for always reaching out to us at MIRA and providing support to our city staff who are from the immigrant community, because it really impacts us too, as we are on the front lines of providing city service. So thank you. We appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, council members, for advancing this resolution today. My name is Michelle Rivera. I'm the director of the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Affairs. And for people up here and people in the audience that may not have seen, we were locking arms. And that was at the instigation of Mariano Espinosa and Narencia Vong, who are colleagues and also fellow MIRA members. The sentiment behind this action of us being together and locking arms truly demonstrates that we up here are as one. And we invite you in the audience and people who may be listening to join us. This city is a welcoming city. That is a reality. And we'll say it over and over and over again. We want everyone to feel a sense of belonging here. We're very grateful that our friends from El Salvador, including the Salvadoran consulate, accepted a very last-minute invitation to come up with us, to be with us. I think one of the challenges that all of us are experiencing is, who do we trust? And, I trust the people who are up here. I trust the community members that I interact with every day. I hope they trust me too. And I think an example of that trust was the very day after the incident that Councilmember Chavez was talking about, we hosted community hours at Career Force. And we had a great, great turnout where people felt like they could ask questions, they could get information with a goal of getting people towards a better place, right? Whether it's accessing English language classes, connecting with a legal service provider, and more. And that's a very beautiful thing. And every time that happens, it's a success, and it's a victory, and it's something that I'm very proud of, and I'm very grateful to be working at the city to be able to do this. So thank you all. Thank you for this resolution. I agree this is a moment of celebration. It is a very challenging moment. We're at a very different place than we were during Immigrant Heritage Month, World Refugee Day, Caribbean American Heritage Month last year. But I know that we can see this through together. And I think trust is a very, very important part of that. So thank you again.
All right, everyone, let's get together for a photo. Just in between the black lines so you can make sure you're in the picture. Come right over here. Come step up in front. Who's here from the consulate? Are you here from the consulate?
No, over there.
Oh, okay, perfect. Come squeeze us in a little bit more.
I usually get down. All right. Here we go. Yeah, a lot closer.
I can't do that in this dress.
You don't get in there.
Thank you.
Next up, we are recognizing Pride Month.
I think I'm gonna need.
Here you go, sister.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Of course, the gays are here.
So we'll just all
What's going on?
Well, it's so long, we'll all just do little parts.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Our next resolution is recognizing June 2025 as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, two-spirit, intersex, and asexual Pride Month. And I know that is a mouthful, but we have to say each and every name because we have to be inclusive, right? Whereas in 1975, Minneapolis was the first city in the state of Minnesota to prohibit discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity expression, a position subsequently adopted by numerous Minnesota cities and the state itself. And whereas Minneapolis was the first city in the state of Minnesota to adopt an ordinance creating a domestic partner registry. And whereas the city of Minneapolis has been steadfast in its commitment to full legal equality for same-sex couples, and in particular, to end the exclusion of same-sex couples from marriage, as well as a public and vocal proponent of the marriage equality statute passed in 2013 by the Minnesota State Legislature and signed by the governor. And fourth one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate it. And whereas the Minneapolis City Council, in partnership with the Minneapolis Public School District, our legislative delegation, and numerous advocacy organizations, has long advocated for the 2014 passage of the Safe and Supportive Minnesota Schools Act, providing a clear definition of bullying and focus on bullying prevention. And whereas in 2015, same-sex marriage expanded to all 50 states through various state court rulings, state legislation, direct popular votes, and federal court rulings. And in February 2017, the City Council approved the creation of the Transgender Equity Council as an advisory board to the city on matters of importance to the transgender community.
Whereas in January 2018, Council Vice President Andrea Jenkins and Council Member Philippe Cunningham were sworn in as the first openly transgender council members elected in the Minneapolis City Council. And the first two openly black transgender elected to any city council in the United States. And whereas in 2019, the city banned conversion therapy for minors, and in 2021, Governor Tim Walz signed an executive order restricting conversion therapy throughout the entire state of Minnesota, and whereas in 2021, city employees organized to create the Sexual Orientation and Gender Identity SOGI Employees Resource Group for people who identify as LGBTQ2I+ 2SIA Plus, and allies who help drive diversity and inclusion strategy and ensure that the city has a workforce that reflects the communities it serves. And whereas in January 2022, Councilmember Jason Chavez was sworn in as the first LGBTQ plus Latinx council member elected to the Minneapolis City Council. And Council Vice President Andrea Jenkins was elected by her council colleagues as the first Black openly transgender council president in the United States.
And whereas Minneapolis has a thriving lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, two-spirit, intersex, and asexual community, sustaining and sustained by so many welcoming organizations, places of worship, businesses, neighborhoods, schools, events, and more. And whereas Minneapolis has benefited from the service and talents of numerous LGBTQ2SIA plus elected officials on the City Council, the Park and Recs Board, the Board of Estimate and Taxation, and in both the Minnesota House and Senate, as well as of countless appointed officials and city employees. And whereas Minneapolis annually hosts the Twin Cities Pride, the city's largest outdoor festival, in which Loring Park is turned into a forum for celebrating LGBTQIAS plus pride and those, including allies who work for it.
And whereas in December of 2022, Mayor Jacob Frey signed Executive Order 2022-04, which established Minneapolis as a safe haven for gender-affirming health care. And whereas through the classification, the City of Minneapolis will continue to work with internal city departments to embed LGBTQ2SAI plus equity with the City of Minneapolis as an organization in order to provide improved services, programming, and policy making that impacts those who are most marginalized within the LGBTQ2SAI plus community. Whereas in 2022, the City of Minneapolis established the job classification of LGBTQAI plus Equity Program Manager, a classification that was created as a direct result of the advocacy and hard work of community members who were a part of the Trans Equity Council. And
whereas in June 2023, City Council passed a resolution honoring drag performance and drag culture as a form of free speech, thereby supporting the rights of all individuals to express themselves freely and openly and stand in support of drag artists and performers everywhere. Whereas in December 2024, City Council funded a LGBTQ2S IA plus mental health program to support the work of community-based organizations that deliver direct, affirming, and holistic mental health services to support the well-being of LGBTQ2SI plus individuals. And
across the United States, LGBTQ2SIA plus communities continue to face growing threats, including harmful legislation targeting transgender youth, drag performers, gender-affirming healthcare, self-expression, and inclusive curricula. And whereas the City of Minneapolis stands firm in opposing such efforts and remain committed to being a safe, welcoming, and affirming city for all.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council do hereby recognize June 2025 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, Two-Spirit, Intersex, and Asexual Pride Month in the City of Minneapolis. And that residents and visitors are encouraged to join in the event celebrating Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, Two-Spirit, Intersex, and Asexual Pride Month throughout the city, and to support the ongoing efforts to advance full LGBTQ2SIA plus equity across Minnesota. Happy Pride, everyone. And is anyone wanting to speak to some of the issues? I think
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kat Rohn. I use they and she pronouns. I'm the executive director of Outfront Minnesota, our state's largest LGBTQ advocacy organization. Gratitude to this council for recognizing Pride Month here at a time when our communities are feeling the hurt of a nation that is not seeing our fullness and the richness that we bring to communities like Minneapolis. I'm glad that the council as well recognized our immigrant and refugee communities today. I think it's really a testament to the ways in which the city of Minneapolis can show up for all of its residents. We are all part of the community that we call home here, and we all contribute to the richness, to the celebrations, to the community gatherings, to the business community here in Minneapolis and across the state of Minnesota and across the country. And I think Minneapolis has long been that beacon for folks here in Minnesota and beyond to show what can be done when you have both advocacy and representation in city spaces to move forward important policies. This 50+ year history of advancing important policies and investments is one that must continue and is all the more important in this moment now. So my gratitude to all the folks who have contributed to that, both past and present, who are here today, and to all those who continue to fight for the good work ahead. Today especially, I want to honor and recognize that for many in our communities, this is a time of fear and uncertainty, of concerns about safety and government intrusion, a time when our communities and our identities are being called into question by the highest powers in our land. And I think it's incumbent on all of us, especially those in elected office, to stand up, to stand with community, to speak up, and to use the power that we have to hold our communities dear and to protect them. So I encourage everyone here today, both on the council, in the mayor's office, and in community, to consider what steps you can take this Pride Month to not just come and celebrate, which I hope you do, but to stand up and support our communities, whether that's businesses or individuals in your lives, because your voices and your work matters in this continuing fight ahead. And the next couple of years will be hard, but our communities have endured challenges before, and we will endure this if we stand together. Happy Pride.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Sayer, and I am the director of the city's Emergency Management Department, and I am the executive sponsor of SOGI, which is the city's queer employee resource group that had an amazing Pride party earlier today already. We just want to, as SOGI, say thank you to Councilmember Jenkins, thank you, Councilmember Chavez, and all the council members for introducing this resolution. Being seen and championed really means a lot to us for all of the reasons that Kat just mentioned. We really are so honored and proud to stand together with you all. So thank you again. Happy Pride, and hope to see you all out dancing and as a community. Thank you.
And I know Director Sayers already said this, but the SOGI who is here with us always does incredible work of drafting these resolutions, working with staff to make sure this happens. So I just want us to give a clap to SOGI for always making sure that we celebrate this incredible month that is really important to our community. So.
Hey everyone, I'm Rox Anderson, and I work for the organization Our Space Minnesota, but I'm also part of an organization called Rare Productions. And for the past 20+ years, we've been holding down the corner of 15th and Willow during Pride, and where we honor LGBT folks of color and the artistry that they bring to our city. So I want to invite all of you to come to 15th and Willow and hang out with us during Pride weekend.
All right, in between the black lines.
Next up, we will recognize Sandra Cruz.
Chavez.
Try that. Use that.
¿Está William? Okay. Hola, hola, ¿cómo está?
Gracias.
Sí. Hey, William, you're going to help me.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're both reading it. So, or I can read it, and then I'd like to do the introduction. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hola, buenos días. So today we're honoring Sandra Marisol Cruz Araña for 3 years of dedicated service to the Salvadoran community. And then we're going to say a few words as well. So whereas Sandra is a leader and a diplomat committed to her work and her community, leading the country's consular representation in Minnesota, her work has been directed toward the mission of representing El Salvador and serving Salvadorans living abroad. And whereas since Salvadorans have had a headquarter for their country here in Minnesota, under the direction of Consul Sandra Cruz, the Salvadoran community residing in Minnesota has benefited from the cooperation, solidarity, mutual aid, kindness, and efficiency with which consular services are provided through the leadership of Consul Cruz Araña. And
okay, sorry, I'm new on this. Whereas, with Consul Cruz Arana's support, a non-profit organization was founded to serve the Salvadoran community by promoting the country gastronomy, culture, art, and folklore. This organization also provides humanitarian assistance and foster greater unit, coexistence, and mutual support with the community and the Minneapolis.
Whereas her work is characterized by her dedication and professionalism, which has contributed to strengthening ties with the Salvadoran community residing in the jurisdiction. Her work has also strengthened the protection of the interests of our fellow citizens and the management of diplomatic affairs. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council do hereby honor Consul Sandra Marisol Cruz for her commitment, service, and dedication to the Salvadoran community and many contributions to the city of Minneapolis. And William, we're going to pass it to you to say a few words.
Thank you so much. My name is William Martinez. I am a member of the Salvadorian community. You can see. First, I'd like to say thank you so much to all the city council and for the support. A few moments ago, you guys talked about diversity. This is with everybody see all the Latinos. No, we are diverse too. No, we are different colors, different shapes, and this is the rich. This is the rich of Minneapolis. This is the rich of Minnesota, or diversity. And for us, it's an honor working with Sandra. I'm here for 23 years, and we don't have a consul. We don't have an office to go. We need to drive into Chicago and all this. 3 years ago, we have the opportunity to, Sandra came here and start working. Thanks to her, we have this group of business owners. If you go on Lake Street, one of the more rich Latino neighborhoods, no, you go to El Guanaco, you go to Avis, Pollo Campero. You don't try Pollo Campero, try it, by the way. It's from Guatemala, but we say it's ours. So it's part of how rich we are in culture. And thanks to Sandra, we're working very hard. We're gonna have the third Salvadoran Festival here in Minnesota. I say we, but here group and the council, they work in the Dakotas, they work in Iowa and Minnesota. So it's not only one state, it's a big. So thank you so much again, Sandra, for all the work you do. And thanks, Jason, for the support every time. No, you know, we're working together. You have our back, we have your back.
Thank you. Well, this is an honor for me, not just to be recognized for the city of Minneapolis, is to be part of this community that bring me privilege and the love that is Minnesota, because I'm going to tell you this. 3 years ago, when they told me that I will be transferred to Minnesota, I was, okay. And now I found a big family here, so I'm very proud to serve my country. I've been doing this for around 15 years around the U.S. So thank you very much. And I will work harder to represent my country and my community in order to all of us live happy here in Minnesota. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we're going to take a photo right here.
Finally, we will recognize National Mississippi River Day with Councilmember Vita, our last resolution.
The most patient people in the building. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Lovers of water usually are, right? That's right. I like that. We go with the flow. Yeah. So thank you, everyone. Thank you all again for being so patient and waiting. I have the honor of serving as the appointed commissioner to the Mississippi Watershed. And so Executive Director Kevin Reich reached out to me and asked if we could do this honorary resolution. And myself, Councilmember Ellison, and Rainville are honored to do it because the Mississippi runs through our wards. Not that it doesn't others, but we're super excited about this resolution. And so recognizing June 2nd is National Mississippi River Day in the city of Minneapolis, and June 1st through 15th as the River Days of Action. Whereas the Mississippi River is 2,345 miles, 40 miles in length, connects communities between Minnesota and the Gulf of Mexico, and has the largest watershed in the United States, draining 31 states and 2 Canadian provinces. And whereas the Dakota name for the river is Hahawakpa, River of the Falls, and the river has served as a spiritual and cultural touch point within the Dakota homeland for thousands of years. And
whereas the Mississippi River played an essential role in the development of the city of Minneapolis' flour milling, commercial lumber, and hydroelectric power industries. And whereas the Mississippi is one of the United States' 4 major migratory bird corridors, providing essential food, water, and shelter to over 300 bird species as they journey to and from breeding grounds. And whereas the Mississippi River is home to over 260 fish species and provides habitat for myriad of plants, mammals, amphibians, and reptiles. And
whereas the Mississippi River provides an average of 57 million gallons of drinking water each day for the city of Minneapolis and 7 other municipalities, and provides drinking water for over 20 million people across our nation. And whereas the 72-mile stretch of the Mississippi that runs through the Twin Cities is designated by the National Park Service as the Mississippi National River and Recreation Area, or MNRRA, and is the only national park site dedicated to the Mississippi River. And whereas on April 16th, 2025, American Rivers designated the Mississippi River as America's most endangered river due to the intensive flooding risk, climate change, and the reduction of federal support.
And whereas together we share the responsibility of safeguarding the Mississippi River by reducing pollution, nurturing healthy ecosystems, and fostering a deep sense of connection and stewardship within our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council do hereby recognize June 2nd, 2025 as National Mississippi River Day in the city of Minneapolis and June 1st through 15th, 2025 as River Days of Action, and do encourage all residents to engage in activities and events during the River Day of Action and celebrate and protect the Mississippi River. We have a couple people that are going to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Vita and Rainville and Ellison. We really appreciate and are grateful for the opportunity to be here and to work together to recognize the Mississippi River as an incredibly valuable and special place that runs right through the middle of our city. My name is Abby Moore, and I am here to represent the Mississippi Watershed Management Organization. Our mission is to protect and improve water quality and habitat in the Mississippi River watershed, and we specifically focus on this local area where the water runs through our city of Minneapolis. We could never do our work without the partnership of all the people of Minneapolis, as well as our partners who are standing up here and many who aren't here with us today. But I'm here today with folks from the Friends of the Mississippi River, who are tireless advocates for the river itself, with the National Park Service, who are out there helping people connect with and enjoy our river through the Mississippi National River and Recreation Area. The Mississippi Park Connection, who is a nonprofit partner of the National Park Service in our park here. And then we also have One Mississippi, who originated this day and this 2 weeks of action where we're really focused on the Mississippi River. And then we also have Freshwater, who is out there working on keeping all of our freshwater fresh, clean, and healthy. And so thank you. We are grateful for this. And I'm going to pass the mic to Michael Anderson from One Mississippi.
Thank you, Abby, and thank you, Council. This means a lot to people from the Mississippi River, and as a day dedicated to America's most iconic waterway, we know it's going to keep flowing from here. It's all about connecting hearts to activate minds so hands can reach. National Mississippi River Day reminds us to turn toward each other. The river is the great connector, spanning over 2,300 miles from here, the headwater state in Minnesota. And as a resident of Minneapolis, the river, we have a great responsibility to all of our downstream neighbors. And National Mississippi River Day is as Minneapolis joins 10 other cities in its inaugural year downstream, including St. Louis, Missouri, 3 out of the 4 Quad Cities, LeClaire, Iowa, Winona, Minnesota, our downstream neighbor, as well as 3 states that have joined the National Mississippi River Day movement in its inaugural year, including Missouri, Illinois, and Wisconsin. And we know Minnesota will be fully in next year as well, as will our commitments here in Minneapolis. As we heard in the resolution, we heard about the importance that this river serves to our communities, up and down. Beyond that, the river needs our help. We also heard in the resolution that it was declared the most endangered river by American Rivers this year in 2025. The advocates that Abby named, the various organizations up here, and I would also add Owamni Omni Okodeyapi, a local Mississippi River Network member, Greenland's Blue Waters, Great River Greening. There are over 75 organizations within this Mississippi River Network that One Mississippi coordinates, all working together up and down our vital waterway. And so we take this day with great joy to celebrate our vital waterway, that provides over 20 million people with drinking water, including the city of Minneapolis, as we heard. This National Mississippi River Day flows into 2 weeks of action and opportunity, and that is the River Days of Action. We invite everyone, check out MississippiRiver.org you can find over 30 events happening up and down the Mississippi River in person and online. And I tell you what, this shouldn't be surprising to anyone. The Twin Cities, Minneapolis in particular, I think has the most events going on. All right, the community really, really cares, and we have such a long history and relationship with our mighty Mississippi here locally. So we really invite everyone to use this as a day to turn toward each other, turn toward the river, find that common ground so we can create a healthier future for the generations to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for all those presentations. At this time, I'm going to call this regular meeting of the City Council for June 5th to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Present.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Present.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Present.
Councilmember Cashman.
Present.
Councilmember Osmond.
Present.
Councilmember Rainville. Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Vita.
Present.
Councilmember Ellison.
Here.
Councilmember Koski.
Present.
Vice President Shugtai.
Present.
President Payne.
Present.
There are Councilmember Rainville is here. There are 13 members present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Before we begin the meeting, I want to offer this friendly reminder to all members and staff that this meeting is broadcast live to enable greater public participation. The broadcast includes real-time captioning as a further method to increase the accessibility of our proceedings to the community. Therefore, all speakers need to be mindful of the rate of their speech so that our captioners can fully capture and transcribe all comments for the broadcast. We ask all speakers to moderate the speed and clarity of their comments. With that, the agenda for today's meeting is before us. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you, Council President Payne. I'd like, Council Vice President Chugtai, Councilmember Chowdhury, Councilmember Osmond, Councilmember Wansley, and I are bringing forward a item under item number 1 under new business, and it was relating to the city's involvement in federal actions at Lake and Bloomington, asking for a request to the city auditor for an after-action review.
Councilmember Chavez has moved to amend the agenda to include, under the order of new business, consideration of a request to the city auditor. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on that amendment.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and that amendment is adopted. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the agenda is adopted. The next item is acceptance of minutes from our regular meeting of May 15th. I would entertain a motion to accept those minutes.
So moved.
Is there
Second.
a second? All right. Clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the minutes have been accepted. Finally, we have the referral of petitions, communications, and reports to proper committees. May I have that motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and those matters have been referred. The next order of business is reports from our standing committees. Those are taken in alphabetical order, beginning with the report of our Administration and Enterprise Oversight Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. The Administration and Enterprise Oversight Committee is bringing forward 18 items. The first is a gift acceptance from the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance of Registration, Lodging, and Airfare for Megan Hoy to attend the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance annual meeting. The second one is a gift acceptance from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation for lodging, travel expenses, and meals for Kathleen Alondes and a community partner to attend the Culture of Health celebration and meeting. 3 is a contract with Short Elliott Hendrickson, Inc. for engineering and design services for the Highway Safety Improvement Program project at signalized intersections in Whittier neighborhood. 4 is contract with Alliant Engineering, Inc. for engineering and design services for the Highway Safety Improvement Program project at Bloomington Avenue and Minnehaha Parkway. 5 is a contract amendment with Parker Analytics, LLC for data analytics and consulting services for sworn law enforcement recruitment and hiring. 6 is a contract amendment with Egan Company for street light installations. 7 is a contract amendment with Grise Linhart Allen PLLP for workers' compensation legal services. Number 8 is a contract amendment with Weiser Concrete Products, Inc. for reinforced maintenance hole covers. 9 is a contract amendment with Good Works Consulting, LLC for learning and organization development services. 10 is a contract amendment with Restoration and Construction Services, LLC for the Hilton Ramp Waterproofing Project. 11 is accepting bids for 3 separate companies for public impound towing services around the city. 12 is a bid for Fridley Roof and Masonry Repair Phase 1. 13 is a bid for Washburn Water Tower Restoration. 14 is a legal settlement workers' compensation claim of Anthony Kuzik. 15 is a legal settlement workers' compensation claim of Vicky Karnick. 16 is a legal settlement of a claim of J. Tao and B. Vang. 17 is a legal settlement, which Tyler v. Hennepin County. 18 is a legal settlement, Church of Holy Cross v. City of Minneapolis. I'll move approvals of all items except number 15, which I'll make for a separate vote.
Councilmember Wansley has moved approval of the committee report minus item 15 for a separate vote. Is there any discussion on the remainder of the report? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Costi.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and those items are adopted. Next, we will take up item number 15. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Nay.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes and 2 nays.
That carries, and that item is adopted. Next, we will take up our budget report from our Vice President Shugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Budget Committee is bringing forward 3 items for approval today. Item number 1 is the City Council's 2026 budget priorities for the Mayor's 2026 recommended supplemental budget and authorization for the Council President and Vice President to transmit these to the Mayor. Item number 2 is a passage of a resolution regarding employee reallocations to the Office of City Auditor. And item number 3 is a passage of resolution approving the equalization of assessed valuations of real and personal property as recommended by the 2025 Local Board of Appeal and Equalization. I'll move approval of these items.
Vice President Chugtai has moved approval of the committee's report. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Palmisano.
Mr. Chair, I'd like item number 2 pulled out for a separate vote, please.
Councilmember Palmisano has requested pulling out item 2, so we will take up items 1 and 3. Is there any discussion on those items? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
No.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman is absent. Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes and 1 nay.
That carries. I'm noting Councilmember Palmisano's in queue for a question.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I meant to vote aye on items 1 and 3. I was temporarily distracted. It was item 2 I was pulling out for a separate vote. So without objection from others, if I could change my vote to
Mr. Clerk?
in a positive, yeah.
All right.
13 ayes on items 1 and 3.
Those items carry. Next, we will take up item number 2. Is there any discussion on item number 2? Councilmember Ellison.
Yeah, I'll speak briefly just because I wasn't able to vote on this item at at budget. Committee ran really long, and I'll say that I'm concerned. Obviously, I know that we need these positions in the city auditor's office, but I'm looking at the sources and we've got. We've got CPED represented here. We've got regulatory services represented here, and taking FTEs out of both of those departments really concerns me for several reasons. I know we had a discussion not too long ago about, where I was cautioning folks against austerity measures, even as we're facing tough budget times. CPED is the department that helps spur economic development. It helps, make sure that we have enough housing. I don't know the specifics of this role, but I know just a year ago we were thinking about adding FTEs to CPED just so they could implement their programs a little faster, a little bit better. And so taking an FTE out of CPED is really concerning. Regulatory services is a department that has been, really finding its legs ever since I've been in office. I think prior to me being in office, there was a different sort of construct of regulatory services. When I arrived, a huge part of their budget was sort of taken up in this sort of impractical, inequitable fee mechanism where a lot of their budget was built on that. And we've worked really diligently, the department first and then the institution second, to make sure that regulatory services could be built in a way where it served residents all across the city equitably, fairly, without the incentive of, aggressive fining and fees. So taking an FTE out of regulatory services, especially as we know, we might be calling on them more, especially knowing that regulatory services helps when it comes to executing things like relocation assistance, especially when we know that regulatory services is essential when it comes to housing inspections. So I think taking FTEs out of these two departments is something that's really problematic for me, and so I can't support the item for that reason. Again, I know that there were some discussions. I don't know the full nature of those discussions about how we could get to 4 FTEs in a way that was, that served the admin better. But as it stands, I think, us taking capacity out of two departments that I really feel like are important to maintaining the integrity of our housing stock, building more housing, and spurring more economic growth, especially with our, local entrepreneurs. I'm not comfortable making it for us to make that move here. So just wanted to name that for my colleagues. And I hope that we could, I know this item has been sort of postponed and delayed and debated, but I would hope that we could maybe pause this item to make room for further discussions so that we're not really impeding on these areas that I think are critical in our city.
Councilmember Polenzano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled this out because I also won't be able to support this motion today. As the past audit chair for 10 years, I can see the need for increased audit services in our enterprise. I also support allowing our new city auditor the time to evaluate his department's needs and bring forward his request for more positions. We did, before Mr. Timmerman arrived as our auditor, have a budget amendment by my colleagues that funded the entirety of the previous auditor's 5-year staffing plan in one budget cycle. I think it's more appropriate to let this request play out and be evaluated against the needs of all the other departments through a regular budget process. I want to point out these positions take the full year of the budget. We are in June, but these positions take the full year of the budget for these positions, and that's notable. I also have some challenges representing these three impacted departments. For CPED, this will be a loss of an inspector in construction services. I just had a constituent this week tell me it took 2 weeks to get a plumbing inspection for a small project. All the other work had to stop while they waited for an inspection, and now crews have been sent to other jobs. It really does impact a matter of service to our residents and a matter of economic development in our city when work can't be done. And when we do that, we're not supporting laborers and we're not supporting skilled tradespeople working here in our city. From a reg services perspective, to lose a lead housing inspector, we already struggle keeping on top of our nuisance and our rental and our vacant building and other kinds of inspections. And I'm really concerned this lack of support for livability issues is going to be felt deeply by our residents. Again, I'm all for appropriately staffing our audit department through the normal budget process, but not this way at the expense of some of our core city services. Thank you.
Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know this item has been postponed a cycle to just allow for additional time for there to be more discussion with the administration and see if we can get to a different outcome here. So, not seeking to change anyone's mind here, but wanted to share some additional context about these positions and all the events that have transpired that led us here. We hired a new city auditor earlier this year, and he's started in the role that had been filled by an interim person for several months. And has really hit the ground running in reactivating the audit committee in greater involvement in the day-to-day work that's happening within the audit department, along with making sure that the department is appropriately staffed. We're lucky to have someone who comes with a tremendous amount of experience in this field, and I think when the city auditor approached us with some pretty significant gaps within his department and being able to carry out core services, we were able to, and by we I mean leadership and the leadership of the legislative department, our city clerk, and our other staff within the clerk's office, were able to look at the vacancy report and identify these 4 positions, all of which have been vacant for at least 1 year. There is currently no person in filling these positions. So, I want to be cautious of saying that we're cutting an inspector. There is no person in that position. One of these positions has been vacant for 10 years, and I'm not exaggerating, has been vacant since 2015. And so, making sure that we have core services filled, just today we are going to take up an item asking the city auditor's office to conduct an additional after-action review into the events that transpired with a federal operation in South Minneapolis on Lake and Bloomington. These types of after-action reviews that the audit department is undergoing right now, 2 of them, have to be contracted out and have a very significant cost associated with them. That's not something the audit department or the legislative department can absorb the cost of every single time instances like this come up. And so I really appreciate that building that type of capability in-house so that we can conduct these types of special reviews and ensure that we are moving with trust with our residents when instances happen in our city, and they're bound to, that threaten or jeopardize or undermine our credibility with residents in our community. I'll also note, these are positions. I understand that in a couple of instances that departments are holding with intention, with the hope of being able to change what how the position exists or elevate it into a position of leadership. And I think that departments and department leadership teams are moving with a lot of intention there. The reality, though, is that there's clear direction from the cabinet and from the mayor's office to hold any vacant positions right now, and that these are all likely going to be looked at for cuts as a part of the recommended budget. So making sure that these 4 positions are not cut as a part of balancing our budget, and instead can provide a value add and save us money, honestly, in the long run, and build deeper capability is important to me. It's why we have continued to move this item forward, and would hope that colleagues are able to support that and understand and appreciate the reservations that have been brought up here, but wanted to make sure to provide that additional context as we take final action on this item. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to speak briefly as to why I'm supporting this. I was, like some of my colleagues, concerned about the positions that were being taken. However, the due diligence by Council Vice President and the extra time to look into what these positions meant was very, very helpful. The understanding that they have been vacant, all of them, at least for a year, and that one position, again, for a very long period of time, 10 years, showed me that, okay, this is a place where we can make a decision about where we need to make investments in our city. And I want to highlight what the investment is. It's an investment into our city auditor's office for special reviews, including after-action reviews like the ones that we're doing for the case with Mr. David Maturi, Allison Lucier, and now a request that we're doing to do an after-action review of MPD's involvement or relationship to the federal law enforcement operation that took place. And we just need an independent arbiter to look into this that is separate from the city council and the mayor's administration. Also, fraud, waste, abuse investigations, performance audits, community safety audits, and many more things. Our audit department is not at the level that we need to meet the moment of oversight in the city of Minneapolis. It is a critical function which its muscle has just not grown. And in addition, the demands of audits is only going to grow, especially as we need to look at tougher budget years where we need independent evaluation to find efficiencies, to get a clearer picture of how we can make cuts and smarter spending decisions. And without these positions, we're kind of in the place where we are today, where it's like we have to search high and low for 4 positions and make determinations without this independent evaluation of programs. And I think this will serve us really well into the future. And this is a department that we just have not invested in for a long time. And I also do not believe that these vacant positions that we're taking are going to make any of the departments where they're coming from crumble. And I want to state that because I think there was a little bit of an alarm set off in the earlier part of this conversation. It's not going to make these departments crumble. What it will do is ensure that a department that sorely needs resources for oversight has them.
Councilmember Ellison.
Just last thing I'll say, I totally am sold on the need for these FTEs. So that's not really the debate here, but I also feel like it is undeniable that both CPED, but especially regulatory services, even if this position hasn't been filled, regulatory services needs housing inspectors. It's a part of how we do tenant protections. It's a part of how we do a lot of all of our work. And so, I'd be more willing to call on reg services, and not right now, and ask them what we can do to fill this position ASAP than to take the position away entirely. I think that's, I just want us to be mindful of what the potential cost is. Councilmember Palmisano talked about the position from CPED, and so, I think that's more what I want us to be mindful of is just what are we losing here? And I think when I see the need for what we're gaining, but when I think about what we're losing, at least in regard to those 2 FTEs, I think we're losing a lot of capacity to serve people proactively and quickly at a time when we need economic energy and tenant protections. So that's all. But I'll leave it there.
Councilmember Vita.
It's for Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to also point out that I'm not insinuating that someone didn't do their due diligence here. And I'm not as concerned about the MPD position. That's the one that has been vacant for the longest and potentially even forgotten about. But as we all know, sometimes vacancies create promotional opportunities within our city departments, meaning that there's near constant turnover as employees get promoted onto higher level positions, and then the lower level jobs are filled with new employees. We also all know that hiring takes a long time, and that coupled with capacity challenges in HR, that can make it seem that a position is not important when it is. Councilmember Ellison and I talked about the very functional impacts of positions like these. But we also know at times a department head or a division director might be trying to reorganize how work gets done and what positions are appropriate to deliver services. So positions might be vacant because it's setting up a larger schematic, and removing one could really make everything else fall apart. So similar to Councilmember Ellison, I'm not saying that audit for a city our size shouldn't have some additional positions in it, but I'm just weighing them against the practicality of needs to deliver services for the people of Minneapolis.
Seeing no one else in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on item number 2 on the Budget Committee.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Nay.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Nay.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
No.
Councilmember Rainville.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
No.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 7 ayes and 6 nays.
That item carries, and the full report is adopted. Next, we'll have the report from our Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee, given by that committee's chair, Councilmember Osmond.
Psych. Before
you get started, Councilmember Ellison, Councilmember Chavez, you're in queue for a point of order.
Yeah, Council President Payne, I just want to make sure that I was actually a no on item number 15 on the AEO committee. I'm not sure if I said yes, and I wanted to clarify with the clerk.
We can make a motion to reconsider or without objection.
No objection, just change it.
Yeah.
Well, we're clarifying to see if it was a yes or no. It was a no?
Councilmember Chavez,
Okay.
you were recorded as voting aye.
That was a no. Thank you.
So that means it would be 10 ayes and 3 nays.
Okay. That doesn't change the outcome of that. And if the clerk can get that documented, we will move on to our biz report by that committee's vice chair, Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you. The Biz Committee will be bringing forward 18 items. The passage of a resolution authorizing the 2025 to 2029 HUD Action Plan. 2, approving a permanent expansion license for Barbette. 3, approving an on-sale liquor license and general entertainment license for Froyo Sol. 4, passage of an ordinance establishing the Minneapolis Tourism Improvement District. 5 is considering a liquor license revocation for Pimento Jamaican Kitchen on Nicollet. This item was sent forward without recommendation, and staff has alerted me that they will be. Hold on, actually. I think I'm not sure if I have the most recent information here. Is this the most current information here? Okay, this license will be withdrawn. Therefore, I'm going to move to delete item number 5. All right. 6 is approving 2 liquor licenses. 7 is approving 5 liquor license renewals. 8 is approving 2 gambling licenses, and 9 is approving 6 gambling license renewals. 10 is passage of a resolution adopting the updated fine schedule. 11 is amending the 2025 license fee schedule to include pollution control fees. 12 is approving a Minneapolis Workforce Development Board seat number 11 appointment. 7 is approving an inclusionary zoning reduction for the Silva on the River housing project. 14 is authorizing changes to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund program. 15 is authorizing changes to the 2026-2027 Housing Tax Credit Qualified Allocation Plan and Procedure Manual. 16 is authorizing an additional write-down to Partners in Property Commercial Land Trust for the property located at 19 East 26th Street. And 17 is a passage of a resolution approving HUD appropriations to CPED, and 18 is approving a second amendment to purchase agreement with the East Phillips Neighborhood Institute. And so with that, I will move all items for approval and move to delete item number 5.
Councilmember Ellison has moved approval of the committee's report, including the deletion of item 5. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to speak to a couple of items on the biz agenda. First, the Froyo Sol liquor license, which will be bringing food and drinks and entertainment to the Sculpture Garden over the summer for the first time. This is really exciting and will bring a lot of energy to one of our top regional destinations in the city. So this is really great news for Ward 7. I just wanted to share my gratitude to Director Amy Lingo for all the time and diligence that she put into this over the last few weeks and trying to work out how to get a good, liquor license in park territory. So I believe that Froyo Sol is going to be able to in a position to proceed with a lot of success in compliance over the summer. And so Manager Amy Lingo's work is definitely seen and appreciated. And secondly, I wanted to speak on the Tourism Improvement District ordinance, which is very exciting and has taken such a long time to come to fruition and just really involved a lot of due diligence from our partners at Meet Minneapolis and in the hospitality industry over many, many years. So I'm very proud to author this ordinance, which directly supports our hospitality industry without putting a burden on our residents, a financial burden on our residents. Creating a tourism improvement district is a very forward-thinking step in Minneapolis that helps us build our future economy and invite so many more people to come and visit and experience all that Minneapolis has to offer. I'm grateful to all the local hotels for their strong backing and support of this initiative, and it'll help us compete for conventions, major events, and visitors to bring more jobs and revenue and vibrancy to our city, not only downtown, but really citywide, and especially in the winter months when tourism does tend to slow. So this is a big win for our tourism industry, but I also know so many small businesses rely on our visitor economy. And so it was very important and great to hear from such a wide array of stakeholders at the public hearing, including hotel owners and managers, small businesses, businesses and Unite Here, hospitality industry workers, and there's a lot of support for this. I'm grateful to Meet Minneapolis again for all your work, especially Bill Deef for your many years, and want to thank my co-authors, council members Rainville, Wansley, Jenkins, and Osmond for their collaboration, and thank all the council members and the mayor for the support with this initiative.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. And I want to acknowledge Bill Deef in the audience in your 8 years of work on this. So I'm glad to see you're here to see it hopefully get across the finish line today. And this is a great moment. Our city will now join over 200 cities in America that have tourism improvement districts. And I want to the GMs in the audience say, first, I want to thank you for your patience. Those are hard seats that you've been sitting on for hours. But more than that, I want you to understand that we will be working with Meet Minneapolis to do some bylaw changes to reflect this new relationship now that the Tourism Improvement District will have with your hotels and that organization. So be assured that it will be run properly and effectively. And again, thank you, Bill, for all your years of service, and especially these last 8 years. You've just been a great asset to the city. I'm so proud to call you my friend.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I also wanted to speak to item number 4 and 11, but starting with number 4, I just want to name, as my co-authors have already, that the Minneapolis Tourism Improvement District ordinance is actually about more than just boosting visitor numbers. It's also about investing in people. And I want to give a special thank you to Unite Here Local 17. Thanks to their advocacy, this ordinance strategically supports workforce development by expanding access to meaningful, well-paying careers in hospitality and tourism throughout Minneapolis. I also want to say a special thank you to the advocacy of university area hospitality leaders. As a result of their engagement with my office, we also made sure to include language that ensure that the benefits of this ordinance are distributed equitably to benefit hotels outside of just downtown. So that means that the benefits that will come through these fees won't just be concentrated within the downtown region. They'll also reach neighborhoods near the University of Minnesota and beyond. Ideally bringing more visitors, more spending and investments, and more opportunities to every corner of Minneapolis. And I see this as an opportunity of us building a more inclusive, resilient economy. And of course, again, thank you to those partners, also including Meet Minneapolis for working with all of us in bringing this forward. And I am very grateful to have contributed to this very exciting and innovative policy. And I forgot item number 11 regarding the 2025 license fee schedule. Just wanted to also say thank you to staff. This comes as a result of 2.5 years of work of looking at how we assign fees to CO2e or carbon dioxide. And I'm really excited as a result of this fee of us getting an updated study to make sure that we're actually implementing more robust initiatives come the start of 2026 to make sure that we are reaching our carbon neutral goals that I think we're still we still have some ways to go in reaching. So I just wanted to flag this because these fees go into implementation on July 1st, and really excited to staff for collaborating for us to get to this point.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Mr. Chair, if we could pull out 11.2 for a separate conversation after this vote.
We sure can. Councilmember Chavez.
Well, if Councilmember Palmisano wants to talk about the item, I was going to pull out too. So.
Oh, okay. Councilmember Chowdhury.
I was going to speak to 11.2 as well, so
Got
that
it.
works.
Let's take up the remainder of the report.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
I think the clerks would suggest pulling all of 11 as the three parts interrelate. And so we should pull all of 11 and vote on that as a package, as a separate item.
Got it. I'll have the clerk call the roll on the biz report, including the deletion of item number 5 and pulling out item 11 separately.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye on all and abstain on item number 16.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes on the report except for number 16, which has 12 ayes and 1 abstention.
Those items carry. Next, we will take up item 11. And do folks want to get into queue for item number 11? Yeah, we're ready for, are we ready to vote? Or do you want to speak to this item?
Mr. Chair, I wanted to speak, but I was going to let the people that did the work on this go ahead of me if they wish. But if not, that's all right. I just wanted to speak to the second portion of this. So item 11.2 on the sidewalk cart vendors. You know, as background, this is about amending the license fee schedule for sidewalk cart vendors from $719 down to $63. The $63 amount is the cost for nonprofit food trucks currently, but there's only been like 3 in this history of what I was able to read about. $719 is supported by the fee study, but council has the right to reduce that fee as necessary. I did see the biz conversation about it, and I appreciate from my colleagues that it allows people in our city to start their own micro businesses. And as we've run into problems with sidewalk vendors currently, citations don't work as they can't pay these fines, and it really is about people trying to earn a living but do so safely with safe food that they're selling. You know, there was a conversation about ethical governance that I think was important in that committee. I understand the motivation and thought behind this, and I've taken to heart those comments. But in this real budget deficit that we're facing next year, this is the cost of enforcing and licensing food cart vendors. So what I don't understand is what is the plan to make up the $656 difference per the license between the recommended amount and the amount that the City Council wants to reduce it to. We still have program management and enforcement costs that are going to be expended in this program. How are those costs going to be paid? Are the cuts going to be made somewhere else, and where? I don't think we're in a position to do this, to write this down by this much without understanding where we're going to make cuts. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to first start off by saying thank you to our city staff in business licensing, DCCO Jelly, Director Michelle Rivero, Mariano, our city attorneys, a number of people that we have been working on addressing the creation of entrepreneurship for sidewalk street cart vendors, specifically in our immigrant community, who have faced just citation after citation for not being in compliance with our current sidewalk food cart licensing. And we are taking an approach of making sure that we're helping people come into compliance, making sure that our efforts are culturally competent, and then also recognizing the real barrier, the economic barrier of starting this type of business and coming into compliance. That is why we have moved forward a reduced fee of $63 in line with the nonprofit food truck fee, and recognize that a lot of the community members, specifically immigrant moms, cannot afford paying $719 just to get a license on top of having to pay for a sidewalk street cart that is in compliance with the health codes that we need, and on top of purchasing the foods that they need to prepare, and also being in a commissary kitchen. Without this fee reduction, it will be impossible for these community members to actually step into compliance and become entrepreneurs. We want to see incubation happen for this type of business. We want to see these immigrant mothers have one day maybe their own food truck, maybe their own brick and mortar restaurant, and we want to support our immigrant community members. I want to thank our staff for working with us and determining that $63 for this fee is something that they're amenable to. I want to thank the mayor's office for agreeing to this as well. And I have great hope that in reducing this fee, we will see not only the immigrant community members who we have been working with apply and get this license, but we will see a growth of other sidewalk street cart vendors throughout our city. And all of that funding will come back to the city of Minneapolis for enforcement. And I just want to also make the point, we are spending so much money right now enforcing the sidewalk street carts that are not in compliance, where community members are in dangerous locations vending or in parks, and we are giving out citation after citation that are impossible to pay, and moving towards compliance in the long run will save the city of Minneapolis money. And there are things that me and Councilmember Chavez are also looking at in terms of how we might have cost reductions in tracking where vendors are throughout the city. And we're talking to other organizations and leaders in other cities and following the footsteps of cities like Los Angeles, Chicago, San Diego, Portland, who have all significantly reduced their sidewalk street cart vendor fee. So, colleagues, I ask for your support today.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I just like to name for the public that we are asking street vendors to pay $719 for a license. That is one of the most expensive licenses in the entire country here in the United States. $719 to try to become a street entrepreneur, a street vendor in the city of Minneapolis. The city is already spending tons of money on enforcement. Enforcing the city's ordinances when it comes to health code and other issues, and spending a ton of money in inspections, into sending folks with the police department along with health department to go give citations or so forth into these situations. That is a lot of money that we are spending on enforcement. What we are trying to do here is, one, we passed an ordinance a couple months ago to expand the locations. Two, there is now a contract in place to help vendors get into compliance with a nonprofit that the city is partnering with. Three, in order to get into compliance, we know that reducing the cost for everyone, not just immigrant communities, but for everyone that wants to become a vendor in our city, reducing that so they can get into compliance and be able to do this work safely, securely, and in compliance with our city codes. I think that when we have people in our city that are asking us, we want to be able to do this work, please support us. I think it is our duty to figure out how we can make that happen as safely, as quickly, and as responsible as possible. By helping create a fee reduction to $63, we are going to get more people in the city of Minneapolis into compliance, reducing the amount of work of our staff going out to certain violations that are happening in our city. That's just a matter of fact. By helping do this, we're going to be able to create more entrepreneurship for our city. It's going to be a great thing. And I'd just like to say, this was in conversations with our DCCO. The mayor agreed to this fee along with Councilmember Chowdhury and I, and we're hoping that we would get the support here to pass it. Thank you.
Councilmember Ellison.
Yeah, just wanted to chime in and say, we've seen stuff like this before, where you basically have an option between, a really high fee and non-compliance altogether. And in those instances, and I think, just to name, one department as an example, animal control's been really good about this, where they realized that they weren't getting compliance, and when they lowered their fee, they started to get compliance. People start participating in the program. So what that does, in addition to us getting money from, somebody who's in compliance is we now can track our data better. And I think that in the city of Minneapolis, as an institution, we've gotten really good. And sometimes I think we take for granted just how well, because we take it for granted because it's not perfect, just how well we do track a lot of things that other cities simply do not track. A lot of cities don't, for example, even license rental units. So they kind of have no way of knowing how many they have, right? This, I think, would help give us an idea of just how many vendors are trying to pursue this kind of business, and then work with them over time to increase the fee as we kind of know exactly what we're dealing with. And so to me, I see it as like a good faith effort to create a low barrier of entry, get as many people into compliance as possible, and then modify this over time as we get to know this population and get to know these entrepreneurs. So that's why I'll be supporting it today. I see it in line with things that we've done in the past to create a low barrier of entry so that we actually get the data as opposed to having people, hiding their pets or hiding their business or hiding their rental units, and et cetera, et cetera.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe these questions are for the authors. Similar to what Councilmember Ellison said, I'm just wondering, is this the first time they pay the fee, or when they renew, does it go back up to the larger fee, or is it every time they get this lower fee? They have to pay the lower fee indefinitely, or does it ever go up?
Councilmember Vita, I can answer that question. Thank you for asking it. So this will be a regular annual fee, and this was in conversation with city staff that we would analyze how it would affect this first year where we have the new vendor license, and then we would evaluate it and continue to have conversations about what future fees could look like. We know that it's going to take a couple of summers in order for these vendors to get their footing. So today we are changing the fee, but as we are doing today, we can in the future change it again to address any needs that the city might have. So to answer your question really simply, yeah, this is going to continue year over year unless we make a change.
Okay. I think that is kind of the problem I have here. We see restaurants go viral every day and become multi-million-dollar restaurants, or food trucks and food carts and all of these things. So a business can start out with this super inexpensive fee and then go viral and become a huge business, and we're still going to let them pay the $60, the $80 or whatever the fee is indefinitely, while others are paying these larger fees. I've actually had more people reach out to me about food truck fees, the $2,000 for food truck fees. So I don't understand how this could be an ongoing thing. I do understand more maybe at an entry level to get people in, but as an ongoing thing, it doesn't make sense to me. And then Councilmember Chowdhury, you talked about this influx of people now, applying. How are we going to support that? Who is the staff that is going to support this potentially high influx of now new businesses getting licenses to operate these food carts? This could be hundreds, if not more. So what's the plan for that?
I can take part of that.
Maybe I'll pass it back to you, but I did just want a quick highlight, just so you understand the context of how we were thinking about reducing the fees. For the city of Los Angeles, they had a $541 fee. They reduced it to $27.51. For the city of Chicago, they reduced the fee to $100 with further reductions for seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities at $50. And the city of San Diego cut theirs all the way down to a permit fee of $38.
I really appreciate that, Councilmember Chowdhury, but I don't know what Chicago or California's property tax situation is. I'm looking at what we're dealing with here in Minneapolis, and this is going to be a cut into the dollars that are brought into Minneapolis and specifically Ward 4. We are already feeling the burden of increased property taxes. So I completely understand that you're using other cities to reference the fees, but I think for me, I'm looking at the overall city budget and how losing a large chunk of money in Minneapolis is going to affect my ward in particular, because we're going to have to make it up from somewhere. And you stated in your comments that you expect that there's going to be an influx of, potentially single moms who are applying for this, Robotics or whomever. I don't know. But I do appreciate that other cities have done it, but I really want to talk about specifically in Minneapolis how we're going to make up.
Yeah, so I can talk part of that. So we have Amy Lingo, who's going to go through our business licensing process that is going to be helping through this process. So we have CPED that is ready and is working to get people into compliance, going through the application process, making sure that we can have it in different languages as well. That is all being worked on, and our staff has been working on a one-pager and making sure that we can communicate this to the public. When it comes to, so that's part of it. And when it comes to, we're talking about taxes here today. Like, I think there's only like 7 licenses in the city of Minneapolis, and we're going to talk about like how this is going to be super expensive to reduce it. That's just not faced in facts. There isn't many licenses across the city right now.
But you're saying there will be. Like, this is the entryway
So the
for
goal
it
is
to be more licenses.
There is going to be more licenses with this because our goal is to create access, right? Some of us help pass a budget amendment that is working with an organization right now that is going to help people get into compliance, get the training, everything that they need to go. So that passed in December. The RFP was released a couple months ago. That recently was signed. Now there's a contractor that we have where we can, as council members, and when we get all that information, let people know that this organization is going to work directly with vendors so they can get into compliance. So that is one part that the city is already doing and has been working on for a while. We also have our own city channels like Amy Lingo, who is going to be helping people get into compliance or go through the city process. And then the other component is about, like, when it comes down to it, I don't want to say the exact number, but there are only like 7 specific like people that have licenses right now. So
yeah, I understand what you're saying, Councilmember Chavez, but what I'm saying is the goal of this, which I completely understand, you can lower the fee and more people are interested and have the ability to get into the system, right? I totally understand that. But that means someone is going to have to look through those applications, provide technical assistance to those businesses to make sure that they get the license, collect the fees, get them the actual paper copy to display, like all these technical things that happen with the person getting the license. Even if we had 20 more businesses, that's a lot of work and somebody's got to manage it.
Yep.
Right? Like, so that was a part of my question. The other piece was, have we thought about maybe the entry fee being this amount and then looking at, like, in the future, the fee going up to the regular amount because the goal is to get more people into the food cart business, have a location. You've done a great job at, providing areas for expanding the areas in which they can have the food cart. So then, like, once we help them to get on their feet, then do they go to the regular fees or the previous fees is what I was saying. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Councilmember Osmond.
I didn't want to speak, but just circle back. We're trying to solve an issue here. And the issue is you driven Lake Street and you see folks that are trying to sell mango to you, food. That's the problem we're trying to solve. A legal way for them to sell food. And this was very creative from Council Member Jason Chavez and Chowdhury to come up with these solutions. These people has been getting ticketed. We're not sure. We're trying to keep the public healthy. And this is the ordinance to keep those folks in the process of selling their food healthy way and legal way. And now we're trying to prevent that, in my opinion. I don't know what food cart or what individuals that can pay some $100 and something. If you raise this fund, $700 or whatever the amount is, you're going to have the same problem back. People are going to go around that permit and start selling illegally, I guess, let's put it that way, for the food. And you will see that. So this is a really creative way for the council members and the staff to come together and say, hey, this is a pathway for those folks to to get their business opportunity at the same time, keep our public healthy. So let's just drop this fee thing and let's be fair to these folks and get them on the process. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Osmond. I just want to share that, like, I think the work towards the sidewalk food cart license and in determining this fee is this wonderful, rare occurrence of council members, city staff, and community members really being able to work together and problem solve. We spoke to our budget director. We had an entirely separate meeting specifically about how we could reduce this fees. We didn't want to do it arbitrarily, and there were no red alarms brought forward in those conversations. And we made a point to ask, right? That felt important to us. At the end of the day, it's ultimately your choice if you want to vote for this or not. Working people are not going to be able to afford $719, just period, right? This is a way to let working people into the door for the sidewalk street cart vendor program. This is a way to uplift an immigrant community that desperately needs support and needs less enforcement, which is also not working. And I am super proud to be moving this forward, and I look forward to seeing the first few sidewalk street carts that come through this fee change and the new license and the support that this council and our city have agreed to. And I'm excited to see a positive shift within the city of Minneapolis.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thanks. I jumped in queue. I think these are all really good questions, especially when we're seeing a number so much lower than what was initially evaluated. I think it's fair to have those questions. But I want to remind my colleagues, we do. I can't remember the exact schedule for these fees, but I feel like all of our fees are pretty much annually renewed. We evaluate them all the time, and so I think that there's going to be a lot of opportunity to as we see the number of vendors grow, as we get to work with those vendors to see, what their revenues look like, and as we in real time have staff going out there. To do inspections, I think that'll help kind of equalize over time those fees. I think they inevitably will go up, but I think what we need right now is just a baseline barrier of entry for folks. The second thing that I was going to say. I had one other point that I was going to make. It's escaping me right now, but I think that this is good policy that we can move forward in, and I think that folks can be rest assured that this fee schedule is going to come back before council at a pretty regular clip. And I remember the point that I was going to make. The way that we're doing enforcement now, I don't think is saving us any money. I think that that's really important for us to highlight is that, yes, these fees sort of maybe don't make us whole, but our current mode of enforcement doesn't make us whole either. And in addition, we're penalizing people who maybe don't always know that they're out of compliance. I think that they often don't realize that they're out of compliance. Folks are, have a means. They know how to make something. They know how to bake, or they know how to slice fruit, and so they're going to go out and they're going to try to make a buck. And next thing you know, they're being hit with heavy fines, and they're being, harassed on the street, or I'm sure it feels like harassment. And so I think that with staff going out to meet with this population of vendors, understanding what their needs are and their expectations are, I think a lot of education has happened. I think a lot of education will continue to happen. I think that we'll learn more about what's profitable for these vendors over time. And I do think that luckily with government, we have this annual process built in that will allow the fees to be reevaluated year after year.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Mr. Osman. This is really about being fair, Councilmember Osman. This is about figuring out how the cost of this doesn't shift to others that are already paying high fees and struggling to survive. And thank you to Councilmember Vita for asking some of these questions. We've got to be careful here. And I'll repeat Councilmember Vita's question because it wasn't answered. Once again, how are we paying for this? Everyone agrees that it's reasonable to not overburden this population of people. Fair enough. But how do we pay for it? I didn't object to the reduction, but I do object as to where and how we make it up, because that's a big question mark. There's no plan for that. And I want us to all think about that as we go into budget this year. You know, Councilmember Ellison made some great points about helping to create a low barrier to get people to participate instead of skirting the system or even knowing that there is a system that they have to participate in to make sure that the food that they're selling is safe. And Councilmember Vita made some great points. It's very important to be asking these questions because I do see a slide in us just reducing all fees for everything whenever we get complaints from constituents about this. I don't think that enforcement is the answer here, but thank you for this conversation, and this is just a caution as we move forward. And sometimes, Councilmember Ellison, you change my mind. You have changed my mind here today. Thank you.
With that, I'm not seeing anyone else in queue. Councilmember Rainville.
I would just like to ask a question of Councilmember Vita. Are you comfortable that these fees would be reviewed annually, and if there's a problem, they would get raised?
Councilmember Rainville, I completely support this action. I just had some questions. It's just a problem here where you get browbeaten for asking questions. So I 100% support this. I just needed to know what the plan was for this. Okay. I understand in a year there'll be an evaluation and we'll look at it. I just wanted the authors to tell me what their plan was for it, and they didn't.
Thank you, and I hope you don't think I'm trying to browbeat you. I just want to make sure you're comfortable that this will be evaluated. And authors have done their homework to make sure that if the fees need to be raised, they will be raised.
Yeah, we have that authority.
Okay. And then the last comment is I'm very pleased to vote for this because I'm going to join fellow council member Jason Chavez in the support of capitalism.
It's called immigration justice.
With
capitalism.
With that, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, and we'll take this one at a time. 11.1 first, and then 11.2. So I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on 11.1.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries. Next, we will take 11.2.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries. That carries, and that completes the biz report. Next, we will hear from our Climate and Infrastructure Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Cashman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. The Climate and Infrastructure Committee has 19 items to bring forward today. Item 1 is passage of an honorary resolution declaring the week of May 18th as National Public Works Week. Item 2 is project approval and adopting special assessments for the Kenwood neighborhood concrete pavement rehabilitation project. Item 3 is amending the 2022 Minneapolis street lighting plan map to reclassify 9 street segments as pedestrian street lighting corridors. Item 4 is authorizing the submittal of a grant application for the 2025 MnDOT Metro Local Partnership Program. Item 5 is authorizing a pipeline license agreement with BNSF to install a storm sewer pipeline beneath the railroad tracks. Item 6 is approving a large block event permit for the Edina Art Fair, which is in Minneapolis. Item 7 is approving a large block event permit for Noons on Nicollet, which is the Downtown Council's new version of what used to be Downtown Thursdays. Item 8 is approving a large block event permit for the Taste of Minnesota, also on Nicollet Mall. Item 9 is approving a large block event permit for Welcome Downtown Target Core Week, also on Nicollet Mall. Item 10 is updating the parking and mobility services fee and rate schedule for the impound lot. Item 11 is approving appointments to the Uptown Specialist Service District Advisory Board. Item 12 is approving appointments to the Bicycle Advisory Committee. Item 13 is approving appointments to the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Item 14 is authorizing a biennial routine maintenance agreement with the Minnesota Department of Transportation. Item 15 is designating the 10th Avenue Bridge as the Minnesota Senate Majority Leader Carrie Dietzig Memorial Bridge. Item 16 is authorizing a lease amendment with the MnDOT for commercial land under I-394 bridge. Item 17 is a large block event permit for Warehouse District Live. And item 18 is an amplified sound permit application for Warehouse District Live. Finally, item 19 is directing staff to produce an analysis of state, county, and municipal authority over vehicle noise pollution. I'll move approval of all 19 items.
Councilmember Cashman has moved approval of the committee's report. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Chair Payne. I just wanted to share a few comments related to item number 3, which is the amendment to the Minneapolis street lighting plan map to reclassify 9 street segments as a pedestrian street lighting corridor. So for several years now, council has made significant strides in the expansion of street lighting across the city. But my constituents have also been very vocal about the need to not only center lighting of our streets, but also of our sidewalks. And this is very much part of public safety. It's part of supporting public transit, pedestrian and bike usage, and it's overall part of enhancing livability across our communities as well. The pedestrian street lighting corridor program has helped us to expand what our lighting program looks like in a way that best meet the needs of our residents. I also want to highlight that there is no reason for communities to be pitted against one another when it comes to lighting. I, in fact, recently raised this point with the mayor's executive team, and I'm glad to see that the administration also shares this view. This year, we're not only addressing streetlights that have remained out for far too long, but we're also adding sidewalk lighting in areas with well-documented safety concerns and high pedestrian activity. These lighting improvements will significantly enhance public safety and finally respond to a community demand that has for quite some time gone unmet. I look forward to further engagement on this issue, as well as collaboration with my residents, with my colleagues, students, and other key University of Minnesota stakeholders on how we can continue to make Dinkytown, specifically the area around campus as well, safer for all those who work, play, and live there. So with that, just wanted to share those comments.
Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. I just wanted to thank a few of the new advisory board appointees. So for the Uptown Special Service District Advisory Board, just want to thank Chris Ikeda, Laura McGraw, and Nicholas Kolich for participating in that board, and hope that we can work together to also bring in the perspective of small business owners who rent their retail space, not just property owners in that conversation. And then want to thank Cliff Mountjoy for being the Ward 7 representative on the Bicycle Advisory Committee, and Julia Curran for being our Ward 7 representative on the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And then lastly, very excited to have so many large block event permits to be coming through and to really bring a lot of vibrancy to downtown, and especially just want to give kudos to all the folks who have reformatted Warehouse District Live this year, and it will be a 3 large public event series, the first of which will be this Saturday near the Prince mural on 1st Avenue and 7th and 8th Street, actually. And you know, this area, the Warehouse District of Minneapolis, is really unique. It has a lot of bars and clubs, and the bar close hour between 1 to 3 a.m. is incredibly busy and can be very dangerous. So it's really important for us to give a lot of attention here, try to do everything that we can to save lives. Last summer, we had a really horrific vehicular homicide at 5th and Hennepin, and I'm grateful to the folks who are putting in a lot of work this year to try to make sure we can prevent that. So one initiative is actually hiring the DID ambassadors to work late night this summer to fill the gap of personnel in that bar close hour. And I'm hopeful that we'll have a successful nightlife scene this summer in the Warehouse District.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. I do want to just acknowledge Ben from the Downtown Improvement District to make this Warehouse District Live work with less. The budget got cut by a lot, and this is just an example of what we're faced with going forward. Budgets are going to get cut. But he's making do with less. He's been very creative with the safety ambassadors, and I look forward to supporting not only the Downtown Improvement District, but Public Works and the Police Department as we open up downtown Minneapolis for the hospitality. This is going to be a great summer season. People are going to have a good time, and they're going to be safe. Thank you.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to have a prolonged discussion about this. We did have one at committee, and several council members were looking at ways to fix our street lighting budget this year. I understand that item number 3 is truly just about adding these 9 street segments to our pedestrian street lighting corridors. I agree that they need to be part of our pedestrian prioritization map, but this action just approves additions to the map. But I do want to acknowledge and mention pushback about the narrative that it doesn't and haven't impacted streetlight repairs. We are in June, and we have an incredible amount of streetlight repairs that haven't been done this year because they were working with half of their budget. So I am very glad to the Public Works team and the mayor's administration that they've been able to find a financial fix to this. I know that several of us, including council members Koski and Cashman, were also looking at ways at how we fix this budgetarily. But this is really important to push back some narrative that it didn't impact streetlight repairs. I will be supporting this item. Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Yeah, and actually I wanted to follow up to that point that Council Member Palmisano just raised, and also I'll work with the clerks to make sure that this email gets attached to the LIMS file that affirms from the administration that far beyond announcement of contingency funds, no projects were going to be impacted. In fact, this email was sent out on May 15th that talked about how projects that have already been funded by council were still going to be advanced and executed. So we're not in this phase, since I know there's lots of discussion around that, of sharing misinformation. I'll make sure to work with the clerks to have that email be on file, and so council members can share with their residents about your projects. Will be just fine.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. These lights have been out for more than 3 years. Like, it's been so long, and to just put it on one council member is just disingenuous when we have reported multiple lights out for years in our city. And I think I just want to mention that because I feel like there's this finger pointing to our colleague, Councilmember Wansley, and it's just unfair when we have been without these lights for many years. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. Just wanted to express my gratitude for the fact that we are working on Dinkytown lighting. This has been a long time coming. Let me just read you the title of this daily article. Dinkytown, the City of Light. Marcy Homes residents are pushing for safer neighborhood through the installation and operation of pedestrian level lighting on 15th Avenue Southeast. Published January 28th, 2005. This is really, really needed in this community. Councilmember Wansley found a way to do it, akin to other ways that council members and this council has voted for to light up parts of our city that are desperately needed. And I'm really glad to hear that, addressing copper wire theft, which has been a problem in my ward and I've been advocating for literally since I got elected into office, and lighting in this area where it's really needed for the safety of both the students and the residents in that area is going to happen. And there's action moving finally.
Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of things just to contribute to the discussion about street lighting here. I think there was a comment made earlier, I can't remember who said it, but that there was a financial solution to this problem, and with Public Works not having enough resources to in their streetlight repair budget this year. And thankfully we were able to have a discussion about this in the budget committee on Monday, and I'm really grateful that our CFO was able to join us and just shed some light into the the actions that were announced by the mayor and public works late last week. So just as a reminder, there's a reason that you don't see an item in the budget committee report that we adopted earlier in this meeting on contingency funding for the streetlight repair budget in public works. And that's because there is no actual item coming before us. There's no actual financial fix to a problem here. That's why there's no item that we're considering on it. So, everything is going to continue as planned. Streetlights will be repaired as planned. There's no new money being found to fix a problem that was allegedly created or maybe not created. Who knows? But grateful that streetlights are being repaired. That's awesome. And then secondarily, just wanted to flag that, I don't want to, unless this is convenient for the clerks, I don't want to pull the item, but I'll be voting against item number 10. I understand it actually goes along with an item in the Administration Enterprise Committee report. I'm going to be voting against this item to increase fees in the impound lot, but there's a really complicated set of things that are happening here that we can't approve both the new contracts for impound lot services, which are more expensive, without also increasing fees. There was a different kind of fix here that I was working on exploring with Public Works. It didn't come to fruition, but generally speaking, I'm very opposed to increasing fees to the impound lot, so I want to be able to do that, but don't want to create unintentional problems here, so noting that for colleagues.
Seeing no one in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on all items except for item number 10, which we'll just do a separate vote for.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
Those items carry, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll on item number 10.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Nay.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes and 1 nay.
That item carries, and that completes the CNI report. The next report is from the Committee of the Whole, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of the Whole is bringing forward 3 items. Item number 1 is passage of a resolution authorizing a temporary construction easement for the Nicollet Bridge over Minnehaha Creek. Item number 2 is authorizing 3 Minneapolis contracts with multiple organizations for their services. And item number 3 is authorizing a contract extension for additional 18 months of assistance in the Office of Police Conduct Review. With that, I'll move approval of all these items.
Councilmember Chavez has moved approval of the committee report. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the report is adopted. Finally, we have the Public Health and Safety Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Public Health and Safety Committee is bringing 5 items forward. Item number 1 is an honorary resolution for Mental Health Awareness Month. Item number 2 is a staff direction to provide and produce a national landscape analysis of municipal standalone public restroom programs. Item number 3 is approving appointments to the Homegrown Minneapolis Food Council. Item number 4 4 is authorizing an increase to a contract with Hennepin County for Sexual Assault Initiative Kit grant programs. Item number 5 is authorizing an extension of a grant contract with the Department of Justice for recruiting MPD officers. I move approval of these items.
Councilmember Chavez has removed approval of the committee report. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank Stephen Young for his willingness to collaborate on the Homegrown Food Council, and he is a small neighborhood grocery store owner. So I think that brings a really important aspect to the conversation about how to create more sustainable local food systems. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes.
On item number 2, you and I had a chance to discuss this. I just want to note for the record that although this directs the legislative department, there are some matters in here that involve legal analysis, the regulatory zoning constraints and opportunities, and in that regard, of course, the legislative department would consult with the Office of City Attorney.
Yes.
That is correct.
That's correct. Okay. Is there an amendment that we need to take up on that, or is that included
Certainly,
here?
we would love to have the language put in, and if you want the clerks to add that into the official act, we can.
Is there any objection to that? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and the report is adopted, and that completes the reports of all of our standing committees. The next order of business is notice of ordinance introductions. We have 2 notices today. Item number 1 is from Councilmember Cashman, who gives notice of intent to introduce at the next regular meeting the subject matter of an ordinance amending the Streets and Sidewalks Code, amending advisory board compositions in certain districts. Item number 2 from Councilmembers Ellison and Vita, who give notice of intent to introduce at the next regular meeting the subject matter of an ordinance amending the Streets and Sidewalk Code to eliminate the sunset provision for the West Broadway Improvement Special District. Are there any questions on these notices? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilmember Cashman, could you just give us a very brief overview about what the Special Service District's composition ordinance is about, as one of these is in my ward? Is it as simple as changing the number of seats, or is it about the composition of the board?
Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you. Yes, this is about the number of seats so that they can fulfill quorum. And so reflecting like the current amount of people who are serving in order to make sure that the boards can function.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, President Payne. Just a question for the authors. Clarification, I guess. Is this to extend the improvement special service district indefinitely?
Councilmember?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, those notices are hereby given and no further action is required at this time. The next order of business is the introduction and referral calendar. We have 2 items today. First, pursuant to notice, council members Vita and Cashman move to introduce an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Code for first reading and referral to the Climate and Infrastructure Committee, amending provisions related to concerts at the Upper Harbor Community Performing Arts Center. Second, pursuant to notice, council members Chavez, Wansley, and Chugtai move to introduce the subject matter of an ordinance amending Title I of the Code for first reading and referral to the Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee, adding Title 16, Planning and Development, as a provision subject to administrative enforcement. May I have a second to approve those introductions?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley is absent. Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and those matters are referred to the appropriate committees. The next order of business is resolutions. We had 6 honorary resolutions on our agenda today, all of which received presentations prior to today's meeting. There was a 7th that was taken up in our Climate and Infrastructure Committee. Are there any questions or comments from council members? May I have a motion to adopt those resolutions?
So moved. Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley. Aye. Councilmember Jenkins. Aye. Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 13 ayes.
That carries, and those resolutions are adopted. The next order of business is unfinished business. We have 3 items today. First, we have consideration of the local historic district designation related to the Glendale Townhouse Historic District. This was an item postponed from the Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee at our last meeting, so I will call on that committee's chair, Councilmember Osmond, to address this item.
I can address it.
Councilmember Ellison.
So I want to make I know that this is very frustrating for everyone. Nobody has a longer history with this item. Well, maybe Lene, you do, or Councilmember Palmisano does, but has a longer history with this item than we do. I've now seen this item come before, multiple councils over multiple committees or multiple years and terms, and it's a complicated issue. I know that I have my perspective on the issue, but I have a few more questions that I'm looking to pursue before we take final action. And I wonder if the council would be amenable to one more cycle delay. I don't want this to turn into what it turned into last time, where we delay it indefinitely and we never take this item on. But I would, I think one more cycle delay before taking final action on this item, so we can dispense with it as a council, would be good, so that a few more questions could be answered. I'm happy to answer any further questions about that and about what my concerns are, what my thinking is, but yeah, I think one more cycle delay. I'll go ahead and just make that motion and see if my colleagues can support it.
Is there a second?
Second.
That's been moved and seconded. Further discussion, Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I'll just give some context, as I've shared in an email and communications, that I'm unable to vote on this matter and have to recuse myself as a result of advice given by our city attorneys that says that voting on this matter would pose a conflict of interest. But just want to ground the conversation around, again, the effort to secure historic designation for Glendale has always been led by residents, far beyond me joining this council and even afterwards. So I formally nominated Glendale last year at their request, and I remain committed to following the leadership of those most impacted. And I do know at this time those residents were looking to also postpone this item. I think ideally beyond one cycle to actually allow more time. And I will just name some of the reasons why I would support that is the referral I would even say to the clerks, would actually give MPHA the opportunity to present a long-awaited redevelopment plan or proposal for Glendale, something that the community has also been asking for over years, and that MPHA, our Minneapolis Public Housing Authority, has also currently communicated to our residents is in active development. And this is something that was communicated as early as last year during one of their meetings with Glendale residents. It also provides time for MPHA to clearly articulate and implement an anti-displacement plan. This is one of the key concerns amongst residents around being displaced from the community that they have made home, and in a very clear anti-displacement plan ideally could address some of those concerns. Additionally, having more time around this matter does allow the council to continue pushing for the resources needed to preserve and expand public housing, not just at Glendale, but also citywide. That includes advancing a fully funded public housing levy this year, which will also help MPHA's over $250 million capital backlog, and more than $20 million of that belongs to Glendale alone. So I just wanted to affirm some of the kind of aspects or benefits of having some more time around this, and also want to reaffirm that regardless of a vote or outcome on this matter, I remain committed to working with Glendale residents to get needed repair and maintenance pursued and enacted to resist displacement, to preserve Glendale's history, and of course amplify tenant demands. So with that, I wanted to share that context.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, President Payne. I guess I just wanted to chime in. I do support this motion to delay at least one cycle, maybe more, particularly as Councilmember Wansley mentioned, to actually see anti-displacement plan but, I do want to just note that, MPHA has been down this path with other properties. They have renovated properties and tenants have been able to return. And so, I deeply understand the concerns that the residents of Glendale express, because in other parts of the country, public housing has been sold to private investors and turned into condos, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that has not been the reality here in Minneapolis. And so, we'll get to this when we get to actually vote. But, I think this is affordable housing, deeply needed affordable housing in our communities, and we must do everything we can to be able to preserve it. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Ellison.
If I could amend my amendment slightly, I intended to refer this to the clerks to allow council leadership and the clerks more time to have more discretion about when to bring this item forward, as opposed to a stringent one cycle. And so that was my intention. So I'd love to.
Mr. President, I would recommend that the motion be altered if there's no objection from a single member, because there is a motion already on the floor seconded properly, that it be referred to committee. It feels like there's committee work to be done, and whenever we delay at council level, there are issues. If you want the discretion of when this comes back and how that's handled, the best is to refer it to committee.
Then I'll refer it to committee then.
Without objection, let's swap that motion out for a one cycle delay to a refer back to the Biz Committee. Not seeing any objection. Okay, Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. I just want to reassure Executive Director Warsami that I will be following your lead on how this discussion goes. You have done a great job in your very short career with the Housing Authority. You've done remarkable things, and I will be relying on your expertise and advice as we move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to state that for me, it's really important that public housing and Glendale remains public housing, and I've appreciated the dialogue that I've gotten to have with Councilmember Wansley, with other colleagues, with MPHA. And I asked a question just the other day, just plainly stating, will this remain to be public housing? And I think it's important to just share to the public the response that I got back in part, and I appreciate getting that response, that, quote, Glendale will remain publicly owned and operated. Glendale will be developed by MPHA's planning and development team, and Glendale will continue to serve the same MPHA residents and hopefully many more served by the same MPHA team members and guided by the same MPHA CEO and Board of Commissioners. And I hope to see this followed through, and I really, I like the thought of us getting a presentation about what redevelopment looks like. For me, just understanding what the vision and the future is for the residents at Glendale is really important. I know they're in a phase of discussing with residents and building with them what that could be. And there is an obvious interest not only in this city council, but councils past and probably councils into the future to be a part of that. So with that, I will be supporting this motion.
Councilmember Osman.
Thank you, Council President. As Councilmember Wansley mentioned, this was led by President of Glendale. I had the opportunity to go to the University of Minnesota as an exhibit to really see the history of Glendale. It's a wonderful presentation, and I met a gentleman who's in 50s now, but there's a great picture of him riding a horse when he was about 5, 6, 7 years old. And 50 years later, he came back and attended that exhibit. So that really says a lot about the history of this land and how it shaped many people's lives. So just wanna, if you have the opportunity to check it out, the exhibit of Glendale, that will be a great resource for you. Thank you.
Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I personally do think we should take action on this today to provide clarity to both the residents as well as MPHA. So I will not support the motion to send it back to committee. And just personally, given what I know, I am not supportive of historic designation because I do not think it will speed up improvement of construction and might further restrict improvements. And I think Glendale supports many families. They deserve homes that are up to date, accessible, and not cramped. And I'm glad to see now that MPHA is putting more solid plans together and agree that anti-displacement is incredibly important to everyone as this project proceeds.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to show support for what Councilmember Cashman said. You know, we've all been part of this for varying amounts of time, with Councilmember Cashman being the newest to this discussion. And her interest in moving forward, I think, speaks volumes to the amount of time we've all had to educate ourselves and become familiar with this. I do want to acknowledge that the executive director of MPHA, who used to have this in front of him as a city council member, does indicate that the one thing that cannot happen at today's city council meeting from their perspective is inaction. They need us to take a stand, to approve or deny, but to be ready to make a motion. So as we vote to continue this item and send it back to committee for more conversation, committee work seems like it still needs to be done. Let's also try and move with alacrity here and bring this back as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Yeah, thank you, President Payne. I just want to name at least what I'm hearing as a shared goal, of course, and I think my office as well as residents, and what I've also heard is MPHA has been in touch with a number of you all to actually come physically toward Glendale, see the actual conditions, and also talk to the residents themselves about why they are and have been fighting so desperately to preserve that space, preserve their homes. And I hope that by having additional time, many of my colleagues who may or may not have taken that opportunity will be able to do so. And also, this gives, I want to reemphasize, MPHA the time they need to do their due diligence. I've been to several meetings now where residents have still walked away with a lack of clarity and confusion around what are the actual submitted plans for Glendale, how those plans actually addresses the history there. And this gives them that time to do so. At the last meeting, which happened last week, that was the first time where we saw MPHA make some momentum around, let's have this conversation around anti-displacement and starting a process with every single resident there around what that looks like for you. I think those things need to be absolutely clarified before any type of decision on this matter be taken up. So that is why, of course, even though I have to recuse myself, I'm thankful for Councilmember Ellison and Councilmember Osmond for supporting a motion to allow that time to happen so those things can take place.
Seeing no one else in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the referral of item 1 under unfinished business back to the Biz Committee.
Councilmember Wansley.
Abstain.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Nay.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 10 ayes, 2 nays, and 1 abstention.
That carries, and that item is referred back to the Biz Committee.
Mr. President, and just a note on scheduling since it came up, unrelated to this item, but if we had postponed, the next council meeting is on a shortened cycle. That's because the next regular council meeting would have been on Thursday, June 19th, which is Juneteenth. So we have a shortened cycle coming up because that is a holiday, and probably would remind folks that this council declared Juneteenth a holiday both before the United States Congress and the Minnesota State Legislature. So as we look forward to the next cycle, we have Juneteenth as a holiday that would normally end our cycle. And so council's meeting will be 1 day earlier on that Wednesday.
Good reminder. Second, we have consideration of a comprehensive plan amendment. This was also postponed from the Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee report at our last meeting. So I will call on the committee's vice chair, Councilmember Ellison, to address this item.
I do not have the most recent information on this item, and I would love if staff could maybe come and help give me the most recent information on this item. It's out of my mind. I apologize.
Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilmember Ellison, I didn't get a chance to close the loop with you on this, but I had asked both you and Chair Osman for a 1 cycle delay to just get one outstanding piece related to a parcel in the 10th Ward in the Whittier neighborhood figured out. That has now been complete, and in front of you is a motion that addresses the property at 2400 3rd Avenue South. That's where the Minneapolis Institute of Art is located, and just changing the built form guidance and the built form overlay zoning there. There's an accompanying map that goes along with this motion to make this to formalize this change. This has been a collaboration with staff both in the planning department and in the city attorney's office who've reviewed all of this language and provided this material. So I'll move this for approval and ask for a second.
Second.
Councilmember Ellison.
Yes, thank you. I was caught off guard and was like, what item is in front of us? But yes, I remember the context. I remember our conversations. Thank you for the reminder. And yes, I'm actually really excited to move this forward. So I hope my colleagues will support it. And yeah, thank you.
All right. Vice President Chugtai has moved approval of this item. I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville is absent. Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That motion carries. And finally, we have consideration of a contract with Advancing Equity Coalition in the amount of $25,000 to expand academic support and leadership for the community. This item wasn't approved at our last meeting and is back before us today at the request of Councilmember Cashman. I will call on her to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move to approve this contract. Given what I've learned about it in the last couple of weeks, I believe this organization will support Minneapolis public school students, and I think we need to bring resources to Minneapolis public schools and families in as many ways as we can. I know the Partnership Engagement Fund is one way to do that. I know that because I worked on Partnership Engagement Fund grants before I was a council member, and we brought some really great programming to the bilingual schools of Minneapolis that's still going on today, doing air quality monitoring and community gardening and lots of other great community initiatives. And so I think this is an appropriate use of the Partnership Engagement Fund and would ask colleagues to support it.
Councilmember Cashman has moved approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Chaudhry, you're in queue for a priority motion.
Yes, I have a point of order. I would like to understand the procedural circumstance in which we are able to bring this item back, since we took a conclusive vote at our last council meeting, and there are multiple business days since then. So I just would like to get an understanding from the clerks.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, to Councilmember Chowdhury's inquiry, the action when this item was before the council last, you'll recall, was one of a series of proposed contracts for the use of these fundings. This specific item was separated from the one item that had multiple contracts, and the recommendation from the committee was to authorize the contract. What the council did was not vote to authorize that. That is not a conclusive or dispositive motion to deny the contract. It was not a conclusive or dispositive motion to approve the contract. So it put us in a gray area where the council did vote, but its vote was not to take a final action. The consequence of that procedurally is that that item remains on the docket in front of council. And so until there is a dispositive action, either approve, formally deny, or some other action that is definitive and closes that item, it is within the council's purview to take that back up. And so when consulted on that matter, we gave that advice to Councilmember Cashman that this is still on the docket. If she wishes to bring that forward, she does have that opportunity.
Thank you. Just in that same vein, when was this added to the agenda?
Through the president, this was brought to my attention almost immediately after the vote at council. I would say, I looked to Councilmember Cashman to correct my memory, I'd say within a few days. And I didn't respond right away. There were other things on my plate. When I did respond to her, it was, I think, at the end of last week, perhaps, and told her this was my analysis and looking at the actions of council. We did consult with the city attorney on how to formalize the action, or the vote, I should say, that was taken by council on this specific item at the last meeting. Wrote her a fairly lengthy email in response, circled back and said, if you want this on the agenda, we need to know before we post it. She said yes. Council leadership was looped in on those conversations. And so when we posted the agenda, this item was included under unfinished business. And I will add, for the benefit of the body, you may recall that this was the first meeting after my return from a fairly lengthy vacation. And if the clerk had been on his toes and thinking in that time, when the council took a non-action action, I would have intervened and said, we need a dispositive action. If the intent of the body was to deny the contract, there should have been a motion to deny rather than just not authorize. And so for that purpose, I will say I wasn't thinking in the moment that the action to not authorize is not dispositive. Nevertheless, we did formalize that as a formal vote. We submitted that to the mayor. The mayor returned it unsigned, which normally would be deemed approved. But again, having not taken a formal final action on that item, it is within your authority to take up and consider. So today, I would suggest that the council consider either approving it as a dispositive motion, denying it if that motion fails, and denying it would also say to delete from the agenda. That officially closes a file in limbs.
Thank you so much for that thorough explanation. Yes, I was very surprised to see it back on the agenda, and I appreciate you looking into the future and making sure that when we take a vote, it is actually final action.
Councilmember Osman.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilmember Cashman, for bringing this forward, for bringing back. Last council cycle, I spoke in favor of this, and folks were voting against based on it's a charter school. Well, charter school is still a student. It's still, they need the help they can get. And Advancing Equity Coalition sent out a wonderful email. Thank you for speaking out. We're here today because you spoke out. You sent out a wonderful video of young adult man, students that have received your services and received that mentorship, received that help. And it's really you doing the real work, and we appreciate your commitment to this young people lives. And for us, we should really think about all the young people, a way we can make them succeed. Doesn't matter what school they go to. Even if they're charter school, they still demand services. They still need resources they can get to succeed in life. And we're back today because of your email, I believe. So I appreciate you speaking out, and thank you for being here on the front of the council. And I will be supporting this item. Thank you.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I'm pleased to see this specific funding project from the Partnership Engagement Funds being reconsidered, when I voted last time, I didn't find it appropriate to go back and pick out winners and losers. And this one sure got pulled out and picked on with a lot of misinformation. As you might recall, I voted no on the entire action because I believe we need more information and detail on these proposals, and we need to exercise our oversight to make sure that each and every one is a good use of public funds. That has given us all an opportunity to have a deeper discussion about this one here. Thank you to the members and the supporters of the Homework Club. I see you in the audience. You've been through a very long meeting, and I really applaud you working and advocating to help us understand your group. It is an ongoing group, and it's taken a lot of effort and support and just resilience from the students to get to this point. So I really appreciate those of you that have engaged in that deeper discussion. I'll be supporting this motion today.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Cashman, for bringing this back. I was one of the people who supported it and was very, very upset that it had failed because I'm familiar with this program and a lot of the work that is being done with this group because they've helped in a wonderful way at Camden High School and also Olston Middle School in Wards 4. So I appreciate that you brought it back, Councilmember Cashman. I didn't know that it could be, but I really am grateful that you brought it back and that it's going to be before us again today. I hope that it passes today. As you can see, these young people, and some not young people, but some young people are here today, and they've sat this whole time waiting with their signs, and some have taken a nap and woke up, and they're waiting, I'm sure, for a positive response. So I really do hope that this council comes through for our young people because they deserve it, and they clearly enjoy what they've gotten from this homework help program and so many other things. It's not just the homework help program that this group facilitates in our schools, but homework help is the program that we're talking about here today. And so I really do appreciate it coming back. I appreciate you all sitting and advocating for yourself. This is exactly what we want our young people to be doing in this community, advocating for themselves, saying maybe there was a bad decision made because we really do need this service, and we're going to show up and tell you and show you that we need this service. And having the support of their families and the adults in their lives is also necessary. So thank you all so much today for being here with us, and you should go back and tell your civics teachers that you got a lesson in civics today here at this council meeting. Thank you all so much for your time, and thank you, colleagues. I really do hope we get this over the finish line.
Councilmember Ellison.
Yeah, I guess I'll speak to say, I know we've gotten a lot of information about this and had a lot of discussion here. And my understanding, I guess I'll say as of now, is that this program that we're funding does not go to serve charter schools, and so that means a lot to me. I'll express openly that some discomfort knowing that the organization maybe as a whole does. No, we're okay. I'll okay. Well, then what else? Thank you. Then what I'll say is that I thank you guys for engaging in discussion with me, helping me understand that this program does not serve charters, that you guys are in the public schools. And so, there's been, it can be a little bit hard to get one set of information, get some other information, and you are very, very graceful, frustrated but graceful as you engage in conversation with me, and so I'll be changing my vote as well to support this, and thank you all.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you so much, President Payne. So I want to first express that I am disappointed that this item was brought to my attention just last night without an opportunity to talk to community members and check in with folks that I would have checked in with, because this is something that my constituents have reached out about. So with very little time and just spending extra time last night just thinking through how I would vote on this item, I first want to state, because there's been discussion on this body and some council members, and this is not a point of attack, everyone's allowed to have their opinion, have alleged that charter schools are public schools, and that is debatable. I do not believe that charter schools are public schools because they do not answer to a public body. There's no elected body, there's no transparency. They take public funding that takes away from public education when we should be actually putting in that type of funding, public dollars, into public schools to improve them. I just felt like that was important for me to state my opinion, as others have. This item specifically goes into public schools. I recognize that, I see that. I do have concerns with the organization platforming organizations like Add Allies that have been proponents of charter schools. On a podcast, I have seen that. That has been brought to my attention. And I think that this organization should clarify and work on how they are championing public schools if they are to really fully earn the trust of community members that are wary of them. That's what I'll say. But with that, since this does go to public schools and supports the students there, I will be changing my vote and I will be supporting this. And I do hope that you sincerely hear what I have shared, because it is a perception that exists and it is worth addressing, because we need to strengthen our public schools.
I'm adding myself to queue. I wasn't planning on speaking on this item, but I'll just share a little bit of a personal story why I was a no in the first place. So I went to Milwaukee Trade and Technical High School, a Milwaukee public school that actually was a really bad public school. I'll just be quite honest. I had a very terrible experience. I was one of those disadvantaged youth that public schools have been a long history of failing, especially going back to, I guess I'm old now, I graduated in 2000. So it was a very bad public school. And it's only been in my adulthood that I've connected the dots on the bigger picture. And the bigger picture, I won't bury the lead. It is not called Milwaukee Trade and Technical High School anymore. It's called Bradley Tech. So the Bradley Foundation partnered with Milwaukee Public School Systems to create a new public-private partnership. And the Bradley Foundation is the chief architect of the voucherization of our public schools. They are aiming to dismantle the entire concept of public schools. And it's only been in my adulthood that I recognized the reason my high school experience was so bad is because leaders at the Bradley Foundation were in deep partnership with the school district to try to plant the seed of this new innovative public-private partnership to create Bradley Tech. And that got created shortly after I graduated. So my school was very intentionally disinvested in for many years as an intentional way to undermine my school and my personal education. And then they launched Bradley Tech, this modular, let's be responsive to the free market and build up the next generation of students in the trades. They didn't even have walls for their classrooms. This was a completely dysfunctional high school that was designed by people who cared about the profitability of the labor force. And so I entered into this vote not based on Homework Club. I watched the videos, I listened to the podcasts. I think you're doing really amazing work. I think it's important work. But I'm not entering into this vote because of the value of the Homework Club. I'm entering into this vote because of the structural issues around how public schools are funded. And my big question is, why are we disinvesting in public schools? Why do outside organizations need to fill these gaps? We need to actually think in a more structural way around how we have long-term sustainable funding so that this programming is baked in. And that our job here is to think structurally. Our job here is to think structurally. That was the source of my no vote then. It's going to be the source of my no vote now. Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I also want to name why my vote will be remaining a no. So I actually have a little bit of context of the organization, having also been part of another organization that advocated very stringently for, let's say, more private partnerships with within our public education, or to siphon money away from public education, called Students for Education Reform. When that folded, another organization called Advancing Equity, that a number of folks that I organized alongside with Students for Education Reform, also called ESFR, moved over to Advancing Equity. And I want to name reason why I'm rooted in my vote. The former director of this organization, I remember just the last strike that MFT educators had, where many of us supported a resolution. Many of us walked the picket lines and advocated for fully funding of our schools. The former executive director of this organization was on the opposite side of that. And there's a Minnesota Reformer article where the executive director is literally holding a sign during this strike. So I will not be supporting this measure, and that's that.
I'm seeing no one else left in queue, so I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Nay.
Councilmember Jenkins is absent. Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Nay.
President Payne.
Nay.
There are 8 ayes and 4 nays.
That motion carries. At the beginning of the meeting today, we added an item to new business. This is a motion by several council members requesting an after-action review from the city auditor. I'll recognize that motion's lead author, Councilmember Chavez, to speak on the item and to make a motion.
Council President Payne, I'm bringing forward this item with Council Vice President Chugtai, Councilmember Chowdhury, Councilmember Osman, and Councilmember Wansley relating to a request to the city auditor relating to the city's involvement in federal actions at Lake and Bloomington on June 3rd, 2025. On Tuesday, there was a federal operation at Lake and Bloomington that left an impact on our community. When my office heard that federal agents were on Lake Street, we immediately ran to the scene.
Excuse me. Can we have to continue with our business here?
To the scene, to site, to observe and witness. I was on scene and witnessed the first-hand militarization of our community. There were armored vehicles on Lake Street, federal agents carrying assault rifles, and militarized law enforcement present for an operation carried under the Homeland Security Task Force in what they called a groundbreaking criminal operation. While we await for more info, we know that the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE spokesperson said that this operation was in collaboration with local law enforcement and state partners, as well as U.S. Border Patrol and ICE's Enforcement and Removal Operation, ERO, who are responsible for enforcing immigration laws. Further, the U.S. Attorney's Office, FBI, IRSCI, DEA, ATF, U.S. Coastal Guard, and TSA were also listed as partners. This request is meant to get deserved and needed answers in an independent fashion. I am hoping that people in the community can be wary of those who are trying to downplay the trauma that our community experienced a couple of days ago. The scenes were harmful and triggering to the people in South Minneapolis, and it reminded them of what the summer of 2020 felt like. While on site, I witnessed ICE agents and MPD helping close off the area by handing closing tape off to those conducting the operation and assisting with crowd control. And no matter what type of raid this was, it's clear that communication in the city of Minneapolis fell short, that the city's response did not keep people safe, and that the Minneapolis Police Department's presence with ICE was harmful to rebuilding community relations in Minneapolis. There needs to be important context to why there is so much frustration in our community right now. We are living at a time when the official Trump administration policy is that all undocumented people are criminals. Our community is already concerned about the validity of claims being made by the federal government. And if this is how the city is going to respond in similar situations, if and when this happens again in the future, then there must be questions about and changes to this current approach. On June 3rd, community members were shoved, thrown to the ground, mistreated, and now people's perceptions of our community are being dismissed. And this is not how we rebuild trust in our city, when we know many of our community members lost that trust in the summer of 2020. And one way I believe that we can rebuild trust is by passing this after-action review request today, and by standing up to the Trump administration, telling them that these actions are not welcome in our city. I saw firsthand the number of law enforcement personnel with ICE badges. I saw firsthand the disregard for many of those personnel that had for the safety and well-being of our residents and our neighbors. And I saw the firsthand trauma of the militarized presence that it caused to our community here in South Minneapolis. And I hope that this request, if taken, brings light to the questions that many of our community members have. And I move this for approval.
Councilmember Chavez has moved for this for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
And before we go into the queue, I wanted to check in with Councilmember Jenkins and see if you wanted to be recorded on the previous unfinished business for the Advancing Equity contract.
Thank you, President Payne. I would like to be recorded in the affirmative on that vote.
Without objection, Mr. Clerk?
Becomes 9-4.
Okay. Thank you so much. Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you so much, President Payne. I think Councilmember Chavez did a fantastic job just introducing the item. The only thing that I will add is that there is a clear need from our community to get answers about what occurred at Lake and Bloomington and the city's role in that. There are questions that I believe this body needs to ask, and this is one step and one tool that we have to get independent evaluation of what happened that day, an after-action review. And it is important that in this moment we address this situation where ICE was on the ground in Minneapolis in a heavily immigrant corridor with a lot of scrutiny and strength, because as I said in my remarks during the resolutions, giving this Trump administration an inch to show up in the city of Minneapolis and violate our values, they will take a mile. And I'm really happy to be a co-author on this and look forward to earning the support of my colleagues.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. First, I would like to say thanks and extend much gratitude for Councilmember Chavez in taking responsive action and moving quickly in response to the events that happened just this past Tuesday. I know that your ward is still reeling from those traumatic events, and you have been busy in the community trying to answer questions. So has my office. There's been an outpour of questions that we're having to fill that we are not able to answer at this time, and that has been deeply frustrating. I believe it's extremely important that we take this opportunity to independently evaluate the city's involvement in response to the events that took place on June 3rd. Minneapolis residents do not feel or do not support federal agents conducting militarized operations in our neighborhoods, especially in communities that are most prone to being attacked by the federal administration. Many of our residents also do not want to see the city of Minneapolis or the Minneapolis Police Department have any type of role in these frightening operations, often right-wing operations. Even the perception that MPD may have supported or collaborated with Tuesday's operation is incredibly damaging. And there are still so many unanswered questions from Tuesday. And once again, I have not received more clarity or additional information except through press conferences and media releases that provide conflicting information. And this is why we need an independent evaluation of what actually took place. And I look forward to seeing the results of that audit. Additionally, since the start of the second Trump administration, I've received questions from residents who were concerned about the separation ordinance and how the administration and our Minneapolis Police Department would enforce it. And due to local and national media coverage, residents are aware that President Trump has a close relationship with the Minneapolis Police Officer Federation President Bob Kroll, and the current police union president recently endorsed Kroll for U.S. Marshal. So understandably, residents have a demonstrated concern to see that at least some of the rank and file leadership within MPD has aligned themselves with the Trump agenda and are worried about the implications of that locally, as we're witnessing a daily or disregard of the rule of law at the federal level. And I hope Mayor Fry and his executive team can recognize that these concerns were further exacerbated by the events that happened on Tuesday. In addition to those dynamics, Councilmember Chavez and I authored a legislative directive that this body passed a few months ago asking MPD to present on how they are implementing and enforcing our separation ordinance. That presentation will be coming to the Administration and Enterprise Oversight Committee on June 23rd at 1:30 p.m. Of course, I invite all of my colleagues to join us at that committee if you're interested in this topic or want to ask questions. I also invite the community to also attend or watch via live stream. I also just want to note that I am deeply disappointed by the mayor's administration in their response. I know that we've heard a lot of information sharing that there were valid reasons for MPD to be there. But again, instead of unpacking how a militarized operation may be triggering for the Lake Street and Southside community, we've seen the mayor and our chief deflect and have named that some council members are intensifying protests and spreading misinformation. And not only is this unhelpful, it really deflects from what is being asked in terms of real-time and urgent questions of how and why the city of Minneapolis, which claims to be a welcoming city, why would they participate in any operation involving ICE? So with that, I want to say thank you at least to the public in the community who were either on the streets on Tuesday documenting those operations, documenting ICE presence there, and have since been reaching out to council to demand accountability. The city of Minneapolis was tested on Tuesday, and while I'm deeply concerned by the actions that took place by the city and MPD, I continue to be so deeply proud and inspired by our residents who demonstrated that they will not accept Trump's attempts to scare our immigrant neighbors or our residents who also back our immigrant neighbors and communities. So with that, thank you so much for the authors in bringing this forward and giving us some immediate action steps to take to hopefully get clearer answers and accountability.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think something we all agree on is something I heard Chief O'Hara say last night on TV. He said, and I'm paraphrasing here, basically that the federal agencies that showed up at Lake and Bloomington this week were really tone deaf about the environment that they were showing up to. And I'll support this action because telling the truth matters. And I also hope that it includes the communications sent out by all of us in the information that we all received about it. In my mind, an after-action review includes all of us, including elected officials across all levels of government that have a responsibility to communicate accurate information to the public, particularly in this time of very increased fear and political tension, fears around immigration enforcement. Some of my colleagues and appointed staff from your offices created an increasingly tense scene. This community trusts you, and this community takes your lead. So inflammatory or uncorrected messaging really jeopardizes public safety, and I hope that is in this after action report. Thank you.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. I do hope that this after hour, I'm going to vote for this because let's get the truth out there and let's accept the truth when it comes back, because I hope this does include the communications from elected officials. I hope it includes what mutual aid is. So when one law enforcement agency needs another, that call goes out and that response is happening. I hope it includes the extent to the officer's injuries that were sustained during this. And I hope it talks about why law enforcement was involved. What has been told so far is that it was a human trafficking, money laundering, a drug enforcement action. And first of all, I can tell you the truth right now, Bob Kroll is not the president of the Police Federation, as was stated. He's just not. So let's all go forward on this. I'm going to vote for this, and let's remember too that it was the military that stopped the riots on Lake Street.
Councilmember Osman.
Wow. Okay. Well, as someone who lived through Civil War, who experienced have trauma of Civil War, and also experienced what happened on 2020 on Lake Street. What happened on Lake Street and Bloomington was very disturbing. A federal operation rolled into one of the most diverse neighborhoods in our community, and they were carrying rifles, assault rifles, armed vehicles, forceful tactics right in the middle of the day. So that does put me and everyone else a fear. This happened in the heart of Lake Street. Community members were thrown on the ground. It was really chaos if you have seen the videos. And immigrant community felt fear, confusion, and real trauma. Most people that come to the United States through immigrant, they come from wars. So the flashbacks are real. Some of these folks here. Some of the community members, I had to put out a video trying to gather as much information as I can to communicate, because my phone was blowing up. And people were calling me that I represent, mostly immigrant community. No one should have to see a military-style gear and tactics in front of their homes or businesses, especially without explaining or warning. Whether this was about immigration or something else, the impact is the same. That kind of force leaves a scar for communities that have already experienced the trauma. This reopens a lot of wounds and flashbacks. People are hurting, people are angry, and honestly, they have every right to do so. Lake Street has been through a lot. We have seen it. And for what we saw recently, it's very disturbing. I remember we say never again after George Floyd. We say we will rebuild a trust with public safety, with the government and the population of the resident. That has to mean something. I'm happy to join Councilmember Chavez and other council members for calling out independent after action review. And it's about getting the facts. And I just want to say that when people have experienced wars, civil wars like I did, when people have experienced 2020 on Lake Street, there are trauma, there are flashbacks, and it's a real impact on people's lives. So just wanted to mention that, and we all have to come together to support one another and really stand up for our community, because we do represent the city of Minneapolis. And if this action is unacceptable, we all have to speak out against the federal government. What they're doing, what they have done, it's unfair, unacceptable what happened on Lake Street and Bloomington. You can carry your work, you can carry your investigation, but do it in a way that will not put people in fear and trauma and flashbacks. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. The place in which I'm coming from in experiencing this is as a brown person, as a daughter of immigrants, as a friend to many who have varying levels of status in this country and who are really scared. And that lived experience is, I know some of you just don't have that. Like, it is very different for some council members up here than others, and that's a reality. I find it extremely disappointing that leaders up here are taking time to blame escalation on alerting community members that ICE was on the ground when the reason for escalation that occurred was a militarized force with assault rifles in our community. Before anyone posted anything, everything was escalating. There were several armored vehicles, people with zip ties, their faces covered, in a heavily immigrant corridor at a time where ICE detentions have occurred in our city, oftentimes without warrant or due process. And initially, these federal agencies may have said this is for a criminal investigation, but what every leader should acknowledge is if there is a presence of ICE, that should set off an alarm that detentions are possible. Literally on Saturday, top leaders of Immigration Customs Enforcement sent out messages letting every agent know that we need to ramp up the number of arrests, to get creative, to turn up the knob, quote, to 11, and to arrest people even by coincidence. These are known as collateral arrests. So let's not blame city council members for wanting to alert their community, and also the perception shared by community members who were there on the ground that it was troublesome to see their own police department on the site, because trust is also about perception, and there are questions there, and that is absolutely valid, and it is our job to ask these questions and have accountability. What we should be blaming and holding accountable is the federal agencies that were on the ground and were so careless and struck fear to people in the community. I look forward to this after action review to come back, and I hope leaders in our city will actually put the oversight and the accountability on where things were actually escalated.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I emailed the chief asking who he was talking about last night when it comes to elected officials. Didn't get a straight answer. I emailed him again today to give me a clarification. Which elected officials are you talking about in your emails and in your media press releases? And Chief, I'm asking you right now, name them. Name which elected officials you're talking about, because it's clear that you're afraid to tell the public who you're talking about because you're lying. ICE was present in our community. There's no denying that.
Don't ascribe a motivation, please.
ICE was present in our community. People with ICE badges were in our community. And to downplay people's trauma is just wrong. It's just wrong. I want people to be wary about the comments about how immigrants should not be concerned that ICE was present in our community, that our community should not have any reaction because of military tanks, people with weapons in our corridor. That is why people are responding with fear. People are on our corridor who are covering their faces, covering their badges without their names, and we have guns in our street, and we're supposed to say, no worries, don't worry about it, don't be scared. That is concerning. That is bigotry. That is wrong. If people have never experienced their own family members being deported or don't know what it feels like to face ICE agents in their community, take a step back. Acknowledge your privilege and take a step back. People are frustrated and their frustrations, right? I'll ask the chief, name which elected officials you're talking about. Because when I posted on social media, I said ICE was present, and they were.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I just wanted to offer a few clarification points that were brought up. I thought I was clear, but I very much named that President Trump has a close relationship with former Minneapolis Police Officer Federation President Bob Crow. And also, most importantly, the current police union president, Cheryl Smith, also has endorsed that same former president for U.S. Marshal to be part of the Trump administration. I think that's the key highlight here. In terms of the truth piece, and I think the desire for all of us to see that and why it's questionable coming from this particular administration, and people are referencing 2020 in particular, is because we also remembered at that time, the city of Minneapolis and the prior administration, after George Floyd was killed, put out media presses saying that George Floyd died as a result of a medical incident. Clearly, that led to an escalation because it was absolutely false. And it took external sources validating that, such as a young Black woman named Darnella Frazier, and many other reports like our After Actions, the Department of Justice investigation, the Minnesota Department of Human Rights investigation, to actually affirm that the city of Minneapolis, our current mayoral administration, did not put out accurate information. That led to escalations. So this is an opportunity where we could have not repeated what happened there. And I'm hoping, once again, taking external and independent evaluation, because we can't just take verbatim or at surface level that this administration is just going to come forward and share the truth based off of that past presidents, that this will offer actual accurate answers for what happened. And again, why did we respond as city leaders in a way that didn't really feel like it differed from 2020, May of 2020. So that is also why I'm excited or looking forward to getting this after action done, to really see how far have we actually learned our lesson from May of 2020, and also to affirm, as I think Councilmember Chavez highlighted, there is absolute gaslighting going on in the conversation around this, and to reset it to make sure we're asking the right question of why would we even cooperate or be involved in an operation involving ICE at this current place in time in our country. So I hope that comes through. And I'm thankful for the city auditor for taking, ideally, because I know you all have to approve of this next, I will hope you approve of this request so that this body and the public can get additional answers and accurate information.
Vice President Chuck Tai.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of things to add to the discussion here. Really grateful to be an author on this item. I'm a little troubled too by comments both up here on the dais today, but things that I've seen in the news coverage from other leaders in our city, whether it's the chief or I think there are a couple others who've been quoted as well. Just talking about like certain elected officials spreading disinformation. I'm one of 14 elected officials that represent Minneapolis residents here at the city level, and one of two that was at Lake and Bloomington on June 3rd earlier this week. I stated facts. If you got a problem with something that I said, if you think it's spreading disinformation or stoking fear that is somehow unwarranted, come talk to me about it. Come talk to me about it. I'd love to hear some names from every single person that wants to talk about elected officials spreading misinformation, spreading fear. Are you talking about what I said? Are you talking about what Councilmember Chavez said? Who are you talking about? Because if you're talking about what I said, come talk to me about it. I'd love to have a conversation with you about what I saw with my own eyes, ICE agents on Lake and Bloomington. More than one of them. With my own eyes, it happened. MPD officers on Lake in Bloomington. I saw it with my own eyes. It happened. Don't gaslight me. Don't gaslight Southsiders. Don't gaslight people who live in the city. That did happen. Secondly, I'll say, this is the third, I believe, after action review in recent history that this council is requesting of the city auditor's office. And I see that the city auditor is here and want to thank him for his patience for sitting through a long meeting as well. I'm wondering, Mr. Auditor, if you can just join us and speak to just give us some preliminary thoughts on what type of resources may exist to help support such a thing happening. I understand it's at your discretion and the discretion of the audit committee whether to consider this request or move forward with it. But I just resources for this department have been a subject of discussion today, and I think it'd be helpful to hear some thoughts from you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, President Payne, and thank you, Council Vice President. City Council, I've had as much time to think about this as each of you, and thank you for considering the Office of City Auditor to take an independent review of this situation. The City of Minneapolis has committed to be resolutely independent of the federal government's actions when it comes to immigration enforcement. As new information surfaces about the actions taken by the federal government in Minneapolis earlier this week, including the militarization of federal law enforcement, I see the importance of Council's request to determine if this commitment of independence was breached. If this motion carries, the Office of City Auditor will open a limited scope advisory service review of the Minneapolis Police Department and other city official communications leading up to and immediately after Tuesday's incident. We will investigate if the Minneapolis Police Department has and followed separation procedures and other policies related to immigration enforcement. And they're supporting, partnering, and working with federal agencies, including ICE. The results of our review will be released in a public report. As you noted, I do need to work with the audit committee to move this onto our audit plan. And we will make every effort to meet the deadline that was requested. I do appreciate the investments that you made in our office this morning, which was necessary for us to be able to take on a review like this. As you mentioned, Council Vice President, these after-action reviews are becoming more frequent than they once were, and the new resources will certainly help us be able to say yes when, as I've mentioned, I don't want to say no for lack of resources.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few things for me. One is I don't know if the chief was talking about my comments. I made a statement, and I don't know if he's talking about me. And frankly, I don't care, because I communicated with my ward to the best of my ability, and that's what matters to me. I don't know who the chief was talking about. Don't care to ask him who he was talking about, and wouldn't waste any time away from my constituents trying to figure it out. That is who I am. Secondly, I don't like that Cheryl Schmidt is being a part of this conversation. That is what makes me feel like, like conspiracy theories and things get brought up. Every single person you endorse, if that is true, doesn't mean you support every single thing that they do. Cheryl Smith is not the chief of police. The chief of police has stood in the media and said he is not going to enforce along with these agencies. And so that's who we should be focused on, is what the chief has said. Cheryl doesn't have the authority to tell officers to go and stand with other agencies and enforce anything. She's a union president. And is Bob Kroll, did he get appointed? I don't think so. I mean, I don't know why we're even talking about Cheryl at all. She has zero to do with this. She literally has nothing to do with this conversation. But when these sorts of things get brought into it, that's where conspiracy theories are created. That's when constituents start to connect things that are not real. I am 100% for sure down for this after action report. We can all learn from it, even if it's just how to better communicate with each other. It's important that certain things happen after these things happen. I saw the images. I can see the fear in people. My phone was blowing up too on the north side because people were concerned about the south side. I totally get it. I think we should do this after action review. I'm proud of the council members who brought it forward. But this has nothing to do with Bob Kroll and Cheryl. This has to do with what MP did and what we're going to do if MPD did play a role in it or not. If MPD didn't do anything wrong and these raids still happen, what are we going to do as a city council to protect folks? Because we cannot stop them from showing up in our community. We have no authority over the federal government for what we can and can't do. Our work is, what are we going to do as a community to protect the residents of Minneapolis? And I thought that's what MPD went there to do. If MPD didn't show up, would we be having this discussion? Absolutely, we would. But this started out, the constituent calls I got was, is MPD there? What are they doing? I thought they weren't going to enforce this. And when I found out that MPD was there to talk to constituents and to make sure that things didn't escalate further, I was okay with that. I understood MPD's role in this. What I'm not okay with is us not just saying, what is our role in this? What are we going to do as a council to protect residents when the federal government comes in? And the federal government is not going to send us an email or call us and say, hey, we're on our way, Minneapolis. It doesn't work like that. We're not going to know. We're going to be surprised, just like we were earlier this week when it happened. So I want this after action report to prepare us for the future. We are only in 6 months of the 4-year Trump presidency. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Facts are going to be important. This after action report could be the blueprint for how we act. So I 100% support it. I think it's necessary, but I also think it's necessary for us to not make things that aren't, and I'm not talking about, I don't know what people, I honestly, y'all, I don't even know what statements y'all put out for real. I'm talking about what we're saying towards this after action report. We got to stick to what's important in this after action report. There is no reason to bring up anything that has nothing to do with it. We have enough to deal with here that we should focus on getting this done, getting it done well, and then spring into action for this community.
Seeing no one else in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion to request an after-action report to the city auditor.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison is absent. Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries, and that is adopted. Our next order of business is a request for closed session. Before I recognize the city attorney and we recess, I will ask if there are any announcements from council members. Not seeing any. With that, we've completed all of the items on our agenda and will now consider the request for a closed session, which is to receive a briefing on the litigation matter listed on the agenda. Before I move to close the meeting, I'll recognize the city attorney to provide the legal basis for the requested closed session.
Thank you, Council President, Council members. The next items on the agenda are 2 cases in litigation. One is entitled LMG versus David Campbell in the city of Minneapolis. 24 CV 042622, which is in the District of Minnesota. And the other is King County et al. Versus Turner, 225 CV 814, which is in the Western District of Washington. Your lawyers wish to provide a briefing to counsel on these litigation matters. Accordingly, under the Minnesota Open Meeting Law, Minnesota Statute, Section 13D.05, Subdivision 3B, the counsel may, upon a proper motion, close the meeting for the purposes of attorney-client communication as permitted by the attorney-client privilege. In considering the motion, the council should weigh the right of the public to know what its government is doing against the need of the city to preserve the confidentiality of its discussions with its attorneys.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I move to close our public meeting as authorized under the open meeting law, specifically Minnesota Statutes Section 13D.05, for the purpose of receiving a briefing on the litigation matter of LMG versus David Campbell and the City of Minneapolis, and the litigation matter of King County et al. Versus Turner. May I have a second to that motion?
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Osmond is absent. Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison is absent. Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 11 ayes.
That carries, and before we reconvene, I would suggest we take a 30-minute recess and reconvene at 2:20 in the closed session room. And for the viewing public, I'll note that the broadcast of this meeting will continue, and the council will reconvene in public after we've concluded the closed session. Tech team are ready. The time is now 2:56, and the City Council has reconvened an open session following our closed session. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll to prove the presence of a quorum.
Councilmember Wansley.
Present.
Jenkins is absent. Palmisano.
Present.
Chowdhury.
Present.
Cashman.
Present.
Osman is absent. Rainville is absent. Chavez.
Present.
Vita is absent. Ellison is absent. Koski.
Present.
Vice President Shuktai.
Present.
President Payne.
Present.
There are 8 members present.
Let the record reflect we have a quorum. I will recognize Vice President Chugtai to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that all claims against the City of Minneapolis, including claims for attorney's fees and costs asserted in LMG versus City of Minneapolis et al., United States District Court File Number 24-CV-04622 be settled in the amount of $900,000 payable to Knutson KC Trust account from Fund Org number 069001500100145400. The city attorney's office is authorized to execute any documents necessary to effectuate this settlement.
Is there a second?
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Jenkins is absent. Palmisano.
Aye.
Chowdhury.
Aye.
Cashman.
Aye.
Osman is absent. Rainville is absent. Chavez.
Aye.
Vita is absent. Ellison is absent. Koski.
Aye.
Vice President Shuktai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 8 ayes.
That motion carries, and with that, we've completed our business today, and with nothing further to come before the council, and without objection, this meeting is hereby adjourned.